Good evening and welcome to the June 11th meeting of the Livermore City Council. I now call the meeting to order. Let the roll call show that all members of the City Council are present and accounted for. I ask that you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Question for the City Attorney, was there any reportable action taken during the closed session?
Mr. Mayor, no, there was not.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Moving on to proclamations and presentations. We have a proclamation declaring June 2018 as Safety Awareness Month. We have Jen Hamilton as our risk manager will be receiving this. And whereas the rate of accidental injuries and related deaths in the United States remains at unacceptable levels, and whereas City of Livermore employees and residents deserve to live and work in communities that promote safe and healthy living, and whereas the Livermore City Council wishes to join the members of the National Safety Council and other organizations in their annual observance of June as National Safety Month, and whereas the City of Livermore supports national safety efforts and has taken a proactive stance in providing a safe and healthy work environment for its employees through the formation of the Central Safety Committee, and whereas the Central Safety Committee works to ensure the safety of all City of Livermore employees by providing training, outreach, and education, and encouraging continual improvement in workplace safety and health. And whereas the employees of the City of Livermore, the Livermore Area Recreation and Park District, and Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District and their families are invited to the 23rd Annual Health and Safety Fair coming up day after tomorrow, Wednesday, June 13th, which is hosted by the Risk Management Division of the City Attorney's Office. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Livermore proclaims June 2018 as Safety Awareness Month and urges all citizens to help reduce accidents, injuries, and illnesses by practicing safe, healthy behaviors in all aspects of their lives. And remember, we have the 23rd Annual Health and Safety Fair, and I'll present this to Janet Hamilton.
Good evening. This year, in recognition of our centennial rodeo, we're going back to our rodeo theme. It's See How the West Was Safely Run. It's a safety showdown. And also, in keeping with our council priority for disaster preparedness, our giveaway for the employees is their go bag with their safety whistle and a list, and we'll have training from our disaster preparedness manager, and everybody will learn what to keep in their go bag. Anxious to see you there. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, and we also have a Historic Preservation Commission annual update. Oh, there we go.
Good evening. Let you update you on the Historic Preservation Commission. There are three very broad categories that we work under. First is project reviews, where we look at impacts to historic properties, whether they be designated or have the potential to be such. There's a plaque program where we help homeowners, business owners, property owners pay for plaques, identifying certain properties, buildings, houses, what have you, areas with what the history is, what they have, my helper, the history of the area, what it was, who might have lived there that was notable to the City of Livermore. And then further, we are seeking ways to further historic preservation and education within the community. It's something that is not always understood, but can always be brought to further attention. The rules that we use, or the reviews, the criteria that we use, is the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. We look into property histories in terms of their age, the style of architecture, if it's unique to the area, if it's a one of a kind to the area, We review properties that are being reviewed, or I'm sorry, where a demolition permit has been requested. Anything over 50 years old needs to be looked at for CEQA because of its potential historic significance to an area. And if a property is found to be a historic resource, we use guidelines established and set forth by the U.S. Secretary of the Interior. And that helps guide us and lets us know where to look in terms of the people, the area, and the style of architecture. Most notably, right now, we are working on a plaque. We just had the world's fastest rodeo this past weekend. And so it was the 100th anniversary of the establishment of that rodeo. So we're looking at a plaque and a way to just let people know why it's so important, how it came to be in Livermore. And again, a way to further educate the people who live here and also visit, especially for the rodeo. We're also looking at just different plaques around. There are homeowners who have requested to have a plaque in the area. In the upcoming year, we are looking at doing a survey for the city in order to, a lot of people are familiar with the Mills Act. It's kind of a tax benefit. In order to use the Mills Act, you have to be a certified local government. In order to be a certified local government, you have to have a historic context statement. And part of this historic context statement is an updated city, my words have escaped me, I'm sorry. An updated city review where we just look at the different styles of architecture, the neighborhoods, the impact to the city. And that is all what we're looking at coming up with in the coming year. Anything, as you know, a lot of Livermore was constructed in the 1950s and 1960s with the lab, the establishment of Livermore and Sandia Labs. So a lot of the houses people might think of are their 1950s homes that aren't necessarily significant on their own, but as neighborhoods because of how they helped the city develop as a group could be significant. And so those are things we're looking to explore in this coming year. If you have any questions, I am here. Otherwise, thank you for the opportunity to let you know what we're doing.
And I was remiss, this is Shane Klima Athey?
Athey.
Sorry,
Yes.
50%
All right,
chance.
happens all the time.
The
But you got
HPC
Klima
chair.
right, so, points on that.
Okay, well, great. Questions?
Where would the plaque commemorating the rodeo be displayed?
It's an ongoing discussion.
I see, okay.
They're looking at
I'm
where
sure
it
there's
is.
many opinions, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
lots of opinions. It's being done in conjunction with the Rodeo Association itself, but, they're looking at the original location, the current location, what might be the new location. Knock it off, you need to behave. So yeah, lots of opinions. It's a work in progress, but we're eking slowly towards a finish.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? And of course, preserving yesterday, today, for posterity for tomorrow.
Yes.
And of course, we lost one of our great resources recently when Gary Drummond passed away, and he's one of the founding members of the Historic Preservation Committee.
Yes, he was somebody who was very passionate and very excited about.
He was our go-to guy when it came to
about the
history.
history of Livermore. Somebody who's very excited about it.
Well, thank you for carrying on that tradition, and thank you to the help here for helping us out. Appreciate that. Always good to have support to keep the work going on in the community.
That's right, my little buddy. I like to bring her to see what Mama does. All right.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we go to the Citizens Forum. These are items that are not on the agenda. The City Council can neither deliberate nor take action on these during the Citizens Forum. And I ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, starting with Greg Scott, Connie Prieb, and Cheryl Kelly.
We are not on a path to solving the homeless issue in Livermore. We have orchestrated string pulling of a puppet show commission that makes recommendations for yet other railroading Livermore City Council unanimous votes. Elderly strive not to be homeless and go hungry on weekends because we cannot fully fund Meals on Wheels to the amount of $27,000 out of over $1 million in human services grants. We also are going to squander the cobbled together $17 million on the castle of Vineyard 2.0 to house all of 24 homeless. The thinking for this project is both futile and fairly futile in solving the overall homeless issue here. What about the other homeless outside the Vineyard 2.0 castle walls? One of the externalities of homelessness was the recent death of Carl Feiner. Mr. Feiner died a death of despair, poverty, and personal neglect from foolish, stubborn pride. Carl lived in his pickup truck for the last 10 years, the last 2 of which were here in Livermore. His biological mother and adoptive father bought a house here in Livermore in 1961, and Carl graduated from Granada High School. Mr. Feiner worked for years at security at Sandia National Laboratories before resigning from an abusive work environment. Carl's marriage imploded when his wife and mother of his 2 children had an affair and shacked up with another man, and thus began Carl's estrangement from his children. Mr. Feiner's mother was killed by a drunk driver. She had been debilitating ill as a result of a rare side effect to a required vaccination for her nursing job she held long-term at the Veterans Administration Hospital here in Livermore. I am not recommending anyone not get their vaccinations. Carl reinvented himself by horticultural education at Chabot Las Positas College and worked for years at Our Garden Nursery and Water Gardens on Tesla Road until the patriarch landowner passed away and his offspring did not renew the lease for the business. The job loss was a loss of identity for Mr. Feiner. He tried a number of reinventions after that, including being accepted to the nursing program at Stanford University. However, this was not possible after a back injury in a car accident. Carl then went into declining health. His drug-fueled adopted sisters got possession of the family house, and Mr. Feiner got nothing. If Carl had been a dog owner and the dog died, we could then round out the lyrics to this tragic country western song. I found Carl Feiner face down on the ground on Sunday, last 27th of May in the Livermore Sun. He had been sick and he was steeped in urine and feces at least from the previous day. He apparently hobbled to a hose bib with an attached hose and was pulling the garden hose to clean himself up before he either collapsed or stumbled and fell. Carl was unstable on his legs. You see, it is common for the lower legs to swell for those who cannot lie down to sleep in their cars. If not taken care of, the legs infect, and then appears the necrotic dead skin lesions that the flies were feasting on when I found Carl. Mr. Feiner died 80 hours later at Valley Care in Pleasanton. No human being should die such an undignified death. Housing is a right, not a commodity.
Thank you, Mr. Cott. Connie Priebe, Cheryl Kelly, Jeffrey Jimenez.
Good evening. My name is Connie Priebe. I live on Rainflower. And you guessed right, I'm here to support the restoration of the duck pond. And real quick, to start this, I wanted to see if everybody that's here tonight that would like the duck pond restored, please stand up or raise your hand. We got some more people coming. Thank you. I'm also here to say that Dr. Logan and his wife, apologizing they couldn't be here tonight. They have a home emergency tonight taken care of. And then I have an email from Ms. Catherine Myers, who said to read this in her behalf. On my behalf this evening, please convey my apologies for my absence. My intern from Germany felt compelled to speak at our city council meeting last time, stayed until after midnight. He is still in disbelief by the lack of democracy and the transparencies regarding the displacement of the North Livermore ponds. He's leaving for Munich tomorrow, and I'm involved with the last night celebrations. I myself would love to see a record of just how many turn out for these outreach meetings for the open space planning. We have a resident in Springtown who was talking to the RRM design group who helped with the design of the plan, and their quote is, "The outreach process was not the largest in town," with a very sarcastic tone, meaning it really didn't go to many residents. I turned in a petition tonight with about 350 signatures, hard copy signatures of residents who would like to see the pond restored. And that was just me, not with a lot of time to spend on it. So if you think about that, there for sure are a lot more residents. And it's not just North Livermore. They're from all over town. Everybody had access to that pond. It was not part just for golfers. It was in a location with benches right by the street, so everybody had access to it. And I keep hearing that Livermore City Council doesn't want to support a feature that's not for all residents. I don't understand what you mean by that, because it is for all residents. It's not just for Springtown HOA members. And the other thing that's clear to me now is the funding. I keep hearing that the landscape maintenance was turned down by Springtown community. Again, you're talking about the HOA. And I'm not in the HOA. I live in the Springtown area, whatever you call it. Let's call it North Livermore, which is a lot of residents. And I was never informed that the duck pond was going away. All the headlines are always talking about open space. And if you don't realize the duck pond was part of the golf course, you would have no idea that it includes the duck pond. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl
I have
Kell-
one more thing to add. I've emailed all of you asking the question how to get this topic onto the agenda, and I never get a response on how to do that. So I'm a little disappointed with that.
Cheryl Kelly, Jeffrey Jimenez, Rosemary Chang.
Good evening. I didn't expect to speak tonight, but my name is Cheryl Kelly. I'm a Springtown resident. I've owned a home there since 1992. That's over 25 years. I was dismayed and very angry to find out about the deconstruction and ultimate filling of the Springtown ponds. As one of the so-called little guys in this scenario, I was never specifically informed that the open space included the Springtown duck ponds. I would have been at those meetings if I had known that. I am here to voice my vigorous support for the restoration and revitalization of both Springtown duck ponds. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Jimenez, Rosemary Chang, Michelle Gallegos.
Good evening, Mayor Monchant, council, and staff. My name is Rosemary Chang. I am a board member of Livermore Valley Opera and also a member of what we're calling the Joint Building Committee. I'm here with Jeff Jimenez. Jeff, would you like to introduce yourself?
Evening. My name's Jeff Jimenez. I've been a volunteer with Livermore Shakespeare Festival for about 5 years now, and recently a member of the Joint Building Committee for both our organizations. We are both in critical need of building space as well as storage space, and we understand that there is a space available to us, and we would like to see if we can get staff to move on that for us.
Yes. Both our organization would be sharing this space. So we really would like your approval to ask staff to start working on a plan with us to see if, to find out about cost, feasibility of this proposal. We think it's very doable and it would benefit the community. And we thank you for your consideration.
So are you talking about this wonderful space in which we are residing right now?
Yes.
That's correct.
The best person to talk with would be Paul Spence. And to start a conversation and a process.
We have started that. We're here formally to request that you, for your permission to ask staff to start the developmental plans with us.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess we may do that on matters then. Okay.
Okay.
Terrific.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Michelle Gallegos, Carol Kell, and Jessica Fainer.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Michelle. I live in the Springtown area on Rainflower. I am a homeowner. I have been a homeowner in Livermore for 25 years this year, and I am really upset with the outcome of the pond and the way that it's been handled. I've been out there since day one when we were told by you, Mayor, and by city representatives that the pond was going to be left alone until we were able to collect the animals and let the birds fledge and learn how to fly, and that they were going to be not tampered with it whatsoever. I literally witnessed myself the fence go up May 4th, and witnessed the contractors, the construction workers come in and build the fence without any concerns. None of the bushes or any of the area at all were looked at. There was no concern at all for the safety of the animals. The entire process, none of this has happened. I witnessed it myself. I have video. I was out there every single morning for 3 straight weeks witnessing it. I've witnessed the dead ducks in on the golf course pond area. I'm asking you, will you please help us bring the golf course back, not the golf course, but the pond back, the wildlife back, the nature. The hole is dug. We have got a man to the moon in 1969, and we have, the hole is dug. Let's do the Springtown right this time and bring the nature and the serenity back to Springtown. Where is the water source coming from for the water feature that they're talking about putting out there for the kids? We can use that resource. We can be more resourceful. We can maybe even bring some of the businesses into this mix. You did tell me that if we found a water resource that would work, that you would consider it. Is that still your promise? Because if it is, then we really want to pursue this, because the hole is dug. We just need to do it right this time and fill it and bring it back. We could even introduce Wente Pond, and because they're resourceful with their water resources as well. We can do the other wineries, and we can name the pond after them. We can do whatever is needed so that we can bring the wildlife back and hold you to your promise. The promise was never even given that the animals weren't going to be disrupted. Please, Mayor, City Council, please help us bring this back. This wasn't communicated to us properly. Had it been communicated to us properly, a lot more people would have been there. A lot of us are working. We don't have the time, the spare time to be involved, but now we are, and now we know, and now we're really upset. And it's really disturbing, and it's not fair, because we were told and promised that they would not be coming in with the trucks, and they came in dozens after dozens after dozens after dozens. I witnessed it. I witnessed it with my own 2 eyes. They weren't looking for the animals. They were not concerned. These big bulldozers were driving through the golf course. We all know that the animals were exodusing from the pond once this all started. Thank you. Please, City Council, Mayor, help us.
Thank you, Ms. Gallegos. Carol Kell, Jessica Fainer, David Rounds. Carol Kell, Kehl. Sorry if I massacred your name. It is Kehl?
Kehl. Yeah.
Kell?
Yeah, I'm not prepared today. I'm just here basically to support the pond. I've lived in Livermore for 28 years with my family. I have a 23-year-old and a 16-year-old, and I brought both of my boys up, and I've always taken them there. And it's just such a peaceful existence, going there and sitting on the benches, or just going going to the back pond. And we found one of the ducks before all this happened. One of them came to us. She must have flown, either she walked or she flew, and we rescued her. We kept her for a couple days. We gave her food, and then we knew what the right thing was to do, to take her back. That was the best feeling in the world, letting her go where she belonged. I don't know whatever happened to her. I don't know where she went, and it's sad. It's just, this whole mess is very sad. I live on the same street as Connie and Michelle, and we see it every day. We go by, we see this green fence, and it's ugly. It's like, you know, and all the geese are gone, and it's just a very sad situation. So that's, you know, and I just, you know, my thing was to come up here and see how many supporters, because I know some people may have come late, but you've already seen how many. So maybe we raise our hands to see how many people support the duck pond. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kell. Jessica Fainer, David Rounds, Connie Copps.
Jessica Fainer just called me. She's on her way. She wants to be moved back in the
Who's that?
Jessica.
Okay. David Rounds, Connie Copps, John Stein.
Good evening. I want to talk about infrastructure for a second. It's one of the important things that the city government does other than public safety. And infrastructure projects can be problematic in that they are often inconvenient, and when they get done, it's hard to tell what was fixed. I live on Palm, where we've been having some infrastructure improvements for the last several weeks. They're replacing the water mains. And I just wanted to thank the council for making sure that the money was budgeted for this project and other projects like it. And Mark, your staff and the contractors you guys hired are doing a great job. They're polite, they're responsive, they're considerate. And we had the opportunity to get to know them very well because there were some delays caused by some water quality issues on Palm that Cal Water had to fix. So I, and on behalf of my wife Barbara, want to publicly say thank you and good job. And if you could pass that on to the people responsible. Thank you.
Wait, there's no but? Thank you, Mr. Rounds. Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind words. Connie Copps, John Stein, Carl Wente.
Hi, I'm Connie Copps, and I also am a Springtown resident. Not to be confused with our other Connie, who's very concerned about the duck pond. I appreciate what she's doing. However, I don't know that I hold the same feelings about the duck pond per se. I don't like the infill that was brought in there or how it was brought in there. Like she said, it was just truck after truck after truck. When I called the city about it, they said that dirt came from the airport. I asked if it was tested. She said it doesn't need to be. My concern has been since 2004, I've been asking Springtown to be looked at as a whole. I couldn't understand while I was going to these HOA meetings, and they weren't upfront about what we owned as a HOA, and there was confusion with the city on whose was what was whose, what responsibility belonged to who, and maybe that's why things got bad with that pond. And if the pond, if people want to bring it back, I can see that. My concerns are bigger. My concerns are, 2 young men died in Springtown parks. They were, they were dead in Springtown parks, and it was murderous or whatever. But, why? What's going on? Why isn't Springtown being treated as a commodity that it is? Why wasn't the golf course treated like the commodity it could have been? The city had our pro shop, they had our building at the HOA. They had a restaurant, according to what I was told, and I get confused, and this is what I'm asking for is the truth. They had a restaurant, a pro shop, and a golf course off the freeway and couldn't make that work. Something's not right. That's a lot right off the freeway. That was prime property. And I don't know what the deals were, and I asked people, and I could never get straight answers. So on the agenda, when I was asking a lot, Stu Gary decided, well, let's put an initiative on the ballot, and let's see if we can't, preserve the golf course. Because I guess there was a rumor going around in 2007 that you were building on the golf course. It was actually, and I know you thought it was a Springtown HOA that put it, that made a big deal out of it. It was a homeowner who was spreading around that you were going to build around the golf course. And then the homeowner that was spreading around like heads up, the city has planned to, put high density housing in, in Springtown. And I live in Springtown. I've been a volunteer. I've substituted for 10 plus years in our school district. I feel like an upstanding citizen, and I don't feel like I get treated as one when I ask questions. Again, put Springtown on the agenda as a whole, and let's look at the truth. Thank you.
John Stein, Carl Wente, Jessica Fainer.
John Stein, 1334 Cathy Court. Mayor and Council, I'd like to compliment you on your Herculean efforts to bring BART to Livermore, together with staff and our BART representative, Mr. McPartland. It isn't the first time, but your effort was unsuccessful. There are some positives, though, from this decision. There won't be a major maintenance facility in North Livermore and possibly an end-of-line station in North Livermore. The strong airport protection area will continue to protect Livermore's airport and ensure its future. A major portion of the scenic corridor will remain visible, the hillsides and ridgelands, to the public, at least for another generation. And the Regional Rail Authority will get a major injection of funding. So those are the positives. I would urge that when you get the BB funding, that you begin immediately to find ways of committing it. It won't be there forever. Some of the possibilities are to, in Alameda County, acquiring a right-of-way for a rail line, perhaps building a large surface parking lot out at Greenville as a temporary measure, together with articulated buses running on the HOV lanes to the BART station, and perhaps expanding ACE service. I know right now we have 4 trains. There was plans to go to 7. I don't know what the status is. I assume SP has now approved that. Is that correct? And I assume that you're not going to adopt items 4.02 to 4.06 inclusively on the consent calendar. But again, while we lost one opportunity, we've gained another. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. You've been following this longer than I have, so appreciate the comments. Carl Wente and Jessica Fainer. Mr. Wente.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Bobs, how are you? Thank you all for what you do. Staff, thank you all for what you do. Those in uniform, thank you for what you do. Appreciate it. Livermore is an awesome place to be, an awesome place to live. I appreciate everyone getting up and speaking forward on what they do. I'd like to thank the organization formerly known as the Friends of Livermore, Joan, Jean, Jeff, Bill, Lee. This is an awesome place, and there's so much awesomeness going on with it. So I do appreciate, and hopefully we continue to have people engaged in what we're doing. You know, we don't all have to agree on everything, but I'm not sure why the massive housing will cause irreparable harm to the character by bringing working people, firemen, teachers, to live in our downtown area. Do it well, do it thoughtfully, and I think that's the path we're going down. You can't have everything, we can't have everything. Mr. Alcala, I think there's a memo outstanding, right, about where we can go in terms of how much more could theoretically be pushed off of that site. Is that true, Seaman? I don't know if you're allowed to answer me right now. I'll take my answer offline. These 2 little people here, one's 5'7", one has to be a 3-year-old, less than that based on the average stats of what they're. Arts Alive, who was the first op-ed in the mailbox? Kelly Cousins, thank you for serving on the board of the LBPAC and what you do. This Arts Alive, I think we should get it back up. I think putting a parcel tax on right now just for the name of the bankhead doesn't really make sense. Let's do it comprehensively in the name of the arts to continue along what we've done. So I don't know how this Arts Alive comes to be what it is. We said maybe we can dust it off and get back in there. Also says that we've shown an operating profit for a number of years with that LBPAC. I'll come back to that. Mr. Henry Huff, thank you so much for the education in terms of how accounting goes and operating profits comes back. The audited financial statement, the income statement, and then you add back non-cash based accounting. When you add back the non-cash based accounting, you get to EBITDA. earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. That's what they did to get to that number, and EBITDA is not a GAAP-based thing. So they sort of work around and say, well, they do go through GAAP, and I know, man, I know more about 501c accounting than I ever thought I would. And I also know if you go to lvpac.org and then you go to About Us and you go to page 6, it will say the Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center experienced an operational loss of $577,000. Operational loss of that. But other stuff comes in, the settlement comes in. At the end of the day, it's cash positive. But that is EBITDA, and that is not a GAAP-based thing. So I just find it just a little distracting, and it's well worded because you say depreciation and amortization are GAAP items. But EBITDA itself, when you subtract it back, it no longer is GAAP. So it's not operating profit. Nobody in this world calls it operating profit. You got to the red. It's solvent. And thank you, because you got to wonder, like, these are all the forms. It's available online, right? And Mr. Huff, you say you can contact with requests from the office. No, you can go to lvpac.org, and you can get it, and you can see what's here. I would like to thank those people. There's huge donors. 403,000, 396,000, 50,000, 40,000, 34,000. Those are what's keeping it alive, and I thank you all for that. That money won't be here forever, so we want to keep the arts here. We should do it comprehensively. We should not do it as a one-off on the LVPAC right now. That's my personal opinion. I support veracity and not weaving weird false narratives trying to get GAAP in there and confuse. It's not an operating profit. That's not an operating profit. Excuse me. It's just not.
Thank you, Mr. Wente. Jessica Fainer. Under the wire.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. How's everyone doing this Monday?
Doing well. Another good evening.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you, first of all, taking the time to call me again. I just want to express you and I have met several times before, and I know that this is kind of our last plea to please, save our pond and not continue to do what the project that you guys have been, planning for a while. I don't know what else to do, but living on the golf course and having the sanctuary of the pond and the animals, being an HOA member, going to the pool the other day and seeing a duck in a flower bed with all of her eggs because she doesn't have any place to go. It's sickening, and it's sad because I don't know if you know this, but when ducks are born at a certain area, no matter what, they will still go back to that area, even if they've been removed. That's their home. And it's just sad because I'm pretty sure, I don't know how old people are around here, but that pond has been there for so long, longer than you've been mayor. And I just think it's going to be a whirlwind having a skate park. There's going to be a lot of accidents. Kids are going to be on their skateboards and doing stuff and going. It's a one-way in and it's a one-way out. And it's going to cause a lot of havoc. We already have a skate park here. And I've looked up the crime. The crime level there is that's where all the kids go and they smoke their weed and they drink their beer. And, that's what's going to be brought to Springtown. I mean, I don't know what else to do but killing animals, burying the turtles that we can't get, removed or whatnot. It's just, I don't understand it. The fountains are perfectly fine. They just need a little bit of tweaking. And, you know, I think that's better than spending millions of dollars of filling it and putting our taxpayers' money into, you know, I get the dirt, that we could fill the dirt part, you know, somewhere else. I know you guys spent money on that, but I'm just pleading to keep the pond and do whatever we can. So.
Thank you, Ms. Fainer. We heard quite a bit of comment tonight. Mr. Spence, there's a lot of discussion about the nature. You're bringing back the nature. Is there a natural water source for this pond? By the way, we've been working on this for about 10 plus years. Oh, didn't see you hiding back there, Darren.
Paul, I have to take that one. No, there's not really a reliable water source for the pond.
Okay, so, and then there, thank you. It's time to, okay, so with, there was comment, some things that I had promised that certain things would not happen. And what I had promised that the ponds would not be filled in until the animals had been removed, they've been relocated. Approximately how many ducks and geese did we relocate?
City staff removed probably between 45 and 50. And then a group of residents with Pacific Waterfowl Rescue came out and removed the last 10 or so over the last couple of weeks.
Okay, and you were out there with a biologist recently, and I saw video posted to Nextdoor that claimed that turtles were being buried alive. Now, when I went out and looked at that site and looked at the video, what the video demonstrated is that no dirt had been brought into the ponds and that no turtles had actually been buried. Now, you were recently on the site as they were doing the final biological assays. And could you tell me what you guys found?
Yeah, basically you're correct. A lot of the, I think a lot of the outcry was stirred up by some original postings of a video, and then there was a petition posted on change.org, both of which said, incorrectly by the way, that the city had filled in the ponds. At that time, we hadn't brought any dirt to the site. We didn't have equipment out there to do anything. We had drained a little bit of water out of the back pond to test the pumping equipment to see if the water, how well it would pump and if the water would infiltrate into the ground. So whether we could, if we were going to pump it, whether it could be pumped out onto the property or whether it had to go down the drain. So the initial report that turtles were buried and things like that was wrong. The person who posted it had spoke to staff and knew that we hadn't filled it. So, you know, it's a little frustrating that people saw things that were incorrect online and believed it. They don't have a reason not to, but once you get a lot of outcry going that we're out there burying things, I understand people being upset. But staff took a lot of time to try and find rescues for the birds. All the turtles that we were able to catch and the biologist was able to catch went to a rescue. The only animals that were intentionally killed were fish that had to be euthanized under Fish and Wildlife regulations.
Darren, I'm so sorry to interrupt, and I know this is totally out of protocol.
I'm sorry. You had your opportunity to speak. It would be unfair to everybody else if I did not allow everyone else to readdress the council. So you had your say. Now is the time that we brought it back to the council. We are addressing. Please, you've had your opportunity to speak. We're bringing it back to the council. I'm having these comments and questions addressed here. Thank you. Okay, with that, are there any other questions for staff at this point? As I said, we cannot deliberate nor discuss. At this point, I'm asking for clarification on some of the points that were brought up from the staff. So does anybody else have any questions or comments for staff?
I could clarify just a couple other things. As far as the outreach for the original planning process, we mailed out almost 10,000 flyers notifying people of the meetings. Each of the mailings was over 2,300 each. It did not go to just the HOA. It went to a large neighborhood around there. The same outreach was done for the landscape maintenance district that we tried to set up out there. So, staff tried I think a very good outreach, and RRM and LARPD as well, to do the initial planning for the project.
Now, there has been some discussion about being in favor or against some of the components in the open space plan. What was the lead agency for the development of that plan, and what was the process that they went through?
Basically, what happened is the city signed an MOU with LARPD because they have experience running developed parks. The city doesn't really operate.
LARPD.
LARPD, yes. We paid for a consultant. They hired a consultant. RRM was chosen. RRM designed the outreach process and held 4 public workshops. They had 8 stakeholder meetings. They had 2 board meetings. It was heard here at council. So there was a lot of opportunity for input. The other thing about the site is what doesn't seem to be discussed much is there is a natural pond on the site that's retained in the plan. It's about 3/4 mile away from the duck pond that's being filled in, and it's a natural pond connected to the creek. So it gets a little bit of water in it, and a little bit of water always comes in from urban runoff coming into it. So there's a natural pond a short walk away from this one.
Darren, Mr. Mayor, this is indeed, I just want to remind the council that this is your citizens forum. There is an opportunity allowed by the Brown Act to make brief comments and respond to comments that are made at the lectern. I think we are now going on for a longer period of time. I would recommend we get back to our agenda.
I've gone past brief.
Yes, sir.
Okay. A number of points have been brought up, so I just wanted to make sure we addressed those. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. Okay, moving on to consent calendar. Okay, a couple of different things on this. What I would like to do on the consent calendar, first of all, would be to remove 4.02, 03, 04, 05, and 06. That is the adoption of the ordinances implementing the Isabel Neighborhood-Specific Plan. We were very clear as we were discussing that this was predicated on full BART coming into Livermore. That is not the case. We heard very clearly from BART that they had no intention of bringing in conventional BART, even though it was some phenomenal work. I just have to commend staff for the remarkable work that they did on the Isabel Neighborhood Plan, and thank you for all the work they did. But since we can't move that number of people in and out of that neighborhood without conventional BART, I would like to pull 4.02 from 4.06 and also the conditional ordinances or the conditional resolutions that are associated with those.
A quick question. I had a
Councilman Ricardo.
I thought 4.06 was worth keeping because it declares our intention. I just
that was
curious
my
about that.
question as well, that we retain the authorization of the CEQA documents
Right.
and
okay.
our
Right.
BART preferences.
Oh,
so
so 05.
Right.
Retain.
Excuse me. Jason, I'll call your city attorney. Let me walk through what's on your agenda before you this evening and what actions were taken at your last meeting on May 14th. So on May 14th, there were 10 items before you. There were 5 resolutions and 5 ordinances. What is before you today is, and those ordinances were introduced at that time. What you have before you today are the 5 ordinances available for adoption. So your choice is, if you don't want to proceed, you can take 2 courses of actions relative to those ordinances. The first is you can vote no, not to adopt them. The second is to pull them and take no action, in which case they'll expire under their own weight, and they will no longer go into effect. The other item you're referring to are the 5 resolutions that were adopted by the council back on May 14th. 2 of those were final resolutions. One of them was dealt with the CEQA approving that particular document, and the 5th resolution was giving direction to BART as far as your preference that they build full BART to Livermore. The interim resolutions, that being resolutions 2, 3, and 4, dealt with the Isabel Neighborhood Specific Plan itself, general plan amendments, and the housing implementation plan. Those 3 were contingent. If it's the council's direction on those, we can return at a future date to actually formally rescind those resolutions. If that's the direction of council, we can do that. The item before you today, though, are the 5 ordinances for a second reading and adoption. Again, your choices are to pull them and take no action, or to, in which case they'll fail, or to take a formal vote to deny them.
Okay, so now I'm thoroughly confused. But so I think the part that I'm clear on is that we pull 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4. We pull that from the calendar and direct staff to bring those back for us to formally rescind.
No, sir.
No.
You have.
We vote no and then
You have-
give direction to staff to bring it back so we can rescind.
No, we
Almost
can
there.
vote no tonight.
Almost. So let's
Almost
walk
there.
through again.
Okay.
So you have 5 ordinances on your
Right.
agenda tonight: 402, 403, 404, 405, 406. You want to deny all of those. If you don't want to proceed with it based on what Bart has done, my recommendation is you take a vote to deny those ordinances. That's your first step. If you want to rescind the other actions that were contingent, give direction to staff to return with a formal resolution for you at your next meeting or thereafter to formally rescind those 3 resolutions that were contingent.
Okay, I thought they were 2, 3, and 4 if I was reading it correctly, but I wasn't, so there we go.
So we can either pull these and have them collapse under their own weight, or if you wish, we can make a formal vote of no against them, and then having the staff come back with the vote on the 3 contingent resolutions.
Okay, you can give us direction to return on the resolutions.
I'd like to vote no.
Okay, so it's certainly a more powerful statement.
I'm there too.
Okay.
Got a motion and a second?
So a motion by Councilmember Carling, seconded by the Vice Mayor. And this is on 4.02, 03, 04, 05, and 06.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Motion to deny, correct.
And then also in the same motion, bringing back the contingent resolutions for a vote at a future.
For rescission. Is that what you understand your motion to be in your
Yes,
second?
yes.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, so it's been moved, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion? And this is keeping our promise to the community that this was predicated on full BART coming into Livermore. It was not reflective of how well that plan was put together. Certainly appreciate that. But this really reflects the failure of BART to fulfill the 50-year-old promise to Livermore, and we're maintaining our promise to our residents as well.
I've got one discussion on.
Oh, sure.
Just one question. Councilmember Spitowski brought it up. Just to make sure we're not eliminating any good work we want to keep through this process. So just.
Correct. With the direction that's given, the 2 resolutions that will be preserved, one of which is the approval of the CEQA document, and the second was that was a final action, and the second was your final action giving direction to BART to support a full BART to Livermore. Those will continue to exist as we go forward, but with the direction, we'll return to you with a resolution to rescind those contingent ones.
Yeah, I just want to make that clear. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, we did meet today at ACTC about maintaining that funding, the $400 million from Measure BB. So that was on the docket today. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
No, wait, all in favor of voting no, correct?
Yes.
We're all in favor of voting no. I see.
Right,
Housekeeping in
that was-
I was
progress.
waiting for a
Wait.
no here. I love that.
Yeah, so,
Those at home can go get a drink right now or something.
right.
We'll figure this out.
So shall we restate the motion just to make sure we get this one right?
So the motion before the council right now is a motion to deny the ordinances 4.02 through 4.06, as well as directing staff to return with a resolution to rescind the prior contingent resolutions relative to the Isabel neighborhood specific plan that were considered by the council back on May 14th.
So a vote of yes is to deny.
That is correct.
All right. So all in favor of voting to deny the adoption of these, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passed unanimously. Phew, that was close.
Nice job.
Okay, I do have 2 cards, one for 4.01, one for 4.17. Let's go ahead and can I have a motion for 4.07 through 4.16 and 4.18?
Sure, I'll move we approve 4.07 through 4.16 and 4.18.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Now, we have comments on 4.01, which is the minutes, and 4.17, which,
Financial plan.
hang on a second, that is the two-year financial plan. All right, so first, Connie Copps, 4.01, regarding the minutes.
So on 4.01, on May 21st, you held the City Council Budget Workshop, which included, I think, the housing plan for your homeless. And I think Mr. Scott really gave a moving speech, and he always does about our homeless people. What I'm noticing in our people that are looking for affordable housing in the Tri-Valley, I know it's hard, I know it's not easy. But you know, on that report, I saw that our city does seem to prefer certain groups, certain interfaith housing. They seem to do Sunflower Hill, Mid-Penn again, maybe Hello Housing, I'm not sure. But I think sometimes we need to bring this out into a larger forum and with only this, this subject matter addressed. And I think there really needs to be an outreach forum to a lot of nonprofits that are out there, and anyone who's concerned about the real numbers, because these are human beings that are really struggling a lot. I really hope that we can try to figure it out. I know Bluebell Apartments came up in this report as well, and I wasn't able to make the May 21st meeting, but I know that's across from the duck pond. And so, you know, I'm really interested in how that changes and gets cleaned up. And there was, you know, if you're looking across the street from there, I mean, things were left, I don't want to say ignored, but maybe for too long, like the balconies were getting shabby. And one of the major things that a lot of people were afraid of is too much of the low-income housing right around that area, because that was the rumor that it was really going around the golf course. And it got people a little shook up because they felt, first of all, left out. And second of all, I think we need housing help on every block, whether, you know, you're in Ruby Hill or I'm not going to say, you know, but the lower end of the neighborhood. We need housing help on every block, but we don't need to spoon feed people. I'm finding like a lot of people that are on the streets right now were like depending too much on their parents as adults, and I know that we need to create jobs. I know that we need to reach out so that the drug use is under control, and I know those are complex issues. But I think we need to outreach to all the people who are interested to come together and see how we can brainstorm more solutions. Thank you.
There is an organization called the Tri-Valley Nonprofit Alliance, which brings to, originally last it was like 70 nonprofits that came. I think they're at 120 now.
Mm-hmm.
So you may look into the Tri-Valley Nonprofit Alliance, because that brings in a lot of those folks.
No, but what I really want to do is have them at the table as well, everybody, for some brainstorming. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Now, Carl Wente, the two-year financial plan update. Mr. Wente.
Thank you. I would just like to pay compliments to Doug Alessio and his team on the administrative finance services, what they do, what goes into that, of the financial planning and otherwise. Thank you. Bhavna, did I say that right? I'm not going to the last name, I apologize. And everyone else on your team, Doug, I thank you for what you do in that. Speaking of financial statements, because we're on that, you can go to lvpac.org and get the last 2 years, and you can see what those audited financial statements are. So they are operating in the black. Yes, I'm so want that to stay and want it to be here. They're operating in the black not because of their operating how it's going, right? We have the settlement service that brings in $500,000, and then we have incredibly generous individuals that are able to write on the order of magnitude of $250,000 just out. Like, my family flies coach, right? I mean, people think we're living above our means, but we don't have that ability to write the check, but we want to support the arts and get there. We want to have a structural system in place that enables this to continue in operation and through. What happens when the $250,000 donors go away? We don't need to get this solved right now, but what happens, right? Again, come on, where's my bookmark? 205,000, one person. 152, one person. 100,000, one person. 57,000, one person. Right? Not everyone has that, and hopefully we will continue to have those donors to keep this solvent. 501c3 accounting, you can take donations, even if they're restricted donations, right? It's restricted for solar panels. So it can't be used for any other operations, but you can put it in income, and then you can claim that you had a profitable month. Love that accounting, but it's 501c3, and it is GAAP-based. It is audited, and of course the veracity is here. It's just when you say you're using GAAP-based, you got to the GAAP-based, and then you use the depreciation and amortization and added it back. So they're just barely surviving, and they're barely surviving because of the incredible generosity of those people that are able to write checks in that order of magnitude. 2016, someone wrote 403,000, 396,000, 50,000, 40,000, and the likes. And then you've got to go in here and say are there any conflicts of interest in there? And no, at the end though, there is one. The independent newspaper owned by Joan Sepula, Madam President, provided $15,000 worth of newspaper advertisement for a fee. Fair, it's a free market. Was that fee disclosed? No, they don't have to disclose it. So in terms of page 5 in the independent, I'm curious what that financial transaction would or could be going from the Citizens Group, which is really just the Friends of Livermore, because they had to shut down because FPPC is investigating. So they had to shut down. They come back to the Citizens Group. I wonder how much the Citizens Group is giving to the independent or paying for that ad space. That's valuable ad space. What does a full page go for? Maybe we can talk later and I'll get that answer. I'd be curious. So, Mr. Alessio, this was all for you. Thank you for what your team does for the financial solvency. And Mr. Roberts, thank you for the good job that you do.
Thank you, Mr. Winty. Okay, now I'd like a motion on 4.01 and 4.17.
I'll move 4.1 and 4.17.
I'll second.
Moved by Councilor Spadowski, seconded by Councilmember Coomber. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 4.01 and 4.17 passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We're moving on to the public hearings. This is 5.01. This was fascinating. I got to tell you, the bicycle, pedestrian, and trails active transportation plan. That was phenomenal information. And of course, coming from my background when ATP meant adenosine triphosphate, it was the whole new world for me. So
Yeah,
thank
okay.
you.
Yeah, I see. I'll have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, we have ELTA Planning, ATP, yes. Lisa Beyer, Debbie Bell, and Andy Ross. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand and council members. My name is Debbie Bell, and I'm an associate planner for the city. And tonight, myself and Andy Ross plan to walk you through the Livermore Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trails Active Transportation Plan. We're also joined by Lisa Beyer, who is our primary consultant on the project, who works for Alta Planning and Design. And while they're not here tonight, I want to remind you that we worked with a city council-appointed citizens advisory committee and a technical advisory committee that was comprised of staff from partner agencies such as LARPD and the school district. I'm going to start tonight by giving a quick reminder of what we presented to you in November of 2016. I'm going to review the plan's methodologies and components, and then Andy is going to spend a bit of time focusing on the plan's implementation strategy, and then I'm going to wrap up with the next steps. We presented all of this to the Citizens Advisory Committee, the Technical Advisory Committee, the public, and the Planning Commission back in April and May, and they all strongly endorsed this plan. And in the end, tonight, we are recommending that you adopt the Active Transportation Plan. This plan was developed with robust community engagement. We used a variety of different approaches and channels to reach the broadest cross-section of the public as possible. And at each milestone, we held numerous engagement activities to ensure a continuous feedback loop. Last time we spoke with you about this plan, you approved these 4 goals, and they include safety and connectivity, facility design, increased use of the system, and maintenance. And these goals represent the most important priorities and attitudes of the community. And we continuously came back to these goals as we developed project and program recommendations to make sure that we were on the right track. In addition to all of the public feedback, we also looked at lots and lots of data. This is a really busy slide, but what it does is it shows the different components that we used to create the plan. So we considered activity generators, existing conditions, bicycle and pedestrian levels of stress, collisions, and how Livermore compares with communities of a similar size and in our geographic area. And basically what we found is that we have a pretty good network. However, we have some limited connectivity because of our suburban street pattern, and we have some significant barriers like I-580 and flood control channels. The network deficiencies and stressful streets limit some people from biking and walking as much as they'd like to. And so this information here became the building blocks of how we started to make our project recommendations. Based on the data analysis and the community input that we received, some very clear themes emerged throughout the process. We heard overwhelmingly that the community wanted to walk and bike more frequently if they felt more comfortable. And people said, and the data highlighted, that the need to make improvements to help people get to school, to the downtown, across town, along our trails, across 580, and on some missing sidewalk links. So as we looked to develop the project recommendations, we used a menu of options ranging from, ranging from on-street shared facilities like the bicycle routes and bicycle boulevards, to delineated on-street facilities such as bicycle lanes and buffered bicycle lanes, to completely separated facilities such as the 2 on the right, the cycle track or a separated bikeway, and the one on the bottom, shared use path or a trail. So each of these addressed different conditions. They're based on the context of the area surrounding it, the community's needs, and the desire for the user experience. The end result should be that each recommendation will accomplish improved comfort and safety. For example, on a residential street, it might be just perfectly comfortable to use one of these on-street facilities like a bicycle route and a bike boulevard. However, when you're on a really busy arterial with lots of traffic going at a faster speed, it might be much more comfortable to be on a separated facility. So again, each of the project recommendations are based on the context of the area that it's in. And similarly, we also looked at data and community input to determine where crossing improvements can be made. So crossing improvements are critical because it doesn't matter how good your network is. If you need to cross an uncomfortable intersection, then you're quite unlikely to use that facility. So we evaluated each intersection based on traffic volumes, the number of traffic lanes, and also the traffic speed. And then we categorized each intersection based on their intensity and created a suite of possible options, which some of those are included here on this slide, that could be used to improve this situation for bicyclists and pedestrians. And in addition to actual built facilities, we also looked at programs as key elements to increasing active transportation. So it's not enough just to build actual project and facilities. We also need to educate, encourage, enforce, and evaluate our walking and biking. For example, we can teach bicycling safety to our school children and also provide wayfinding to those so you know where the facilities exist and you can get throughout the community easier. So now I just explained our analysis, and Andy is going to talk about the plan's proposed recommendations.
Thanks, Debbie. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So this slide is the proposed active transportation network. So just to orient ourselves, this is I-580 right here. This is the North Livermore area. Downtown is here. The National Laboratories to the west, and then this would be South Livermore Valley. This is a slide with a lot of information. But the key takeaway is that the proposed network is a long-term vision for the community, and it is comprised of a variety of facility types, as Debbie just discussed. Each of these facility types correspond to the physical conditions, the level of stress, and the ability to achieve the community's needs and help get people to their desired destinations. This network represents over 250 projects for a total of approximately $183 million in construction and an annual maintenance cost of $3.5 million. And because of that magnitude, we needed to strategize and narrow down this number to a more realistic and manageable approach in order to begin implementing some of these improvements. So to begin to prioritize projects, staff looked at and evaluated each project based on a set of 10 benefit criteria, which are shown on the left. These criteria were developed based on committee and community input. And at this stage, the evaluation did not include cost. We evaluated each one of the projects to determine whether it improved school access or improved comfort, provided access to employment. We evaluated each one of these criteria against the project. They were all weighted equally, so the more criteria a project met, the higher the ranking, and each project was ranked either high or low. We added to that feasibility criteria, and we looked at two set of criteria. One, whether or not the city owned the right-of-way the facility was proposed on or had jurisdiction. This is important in trail development, and whether or not the project was readiness, had a high readiness, more specifically for within the existing roadway. Did it require significant roadway modifications, such as removal of a travel lane to make it fit, or could it be easily implemented without a significant rebalancing of the roadway? And again, it received a high or low based on that criteria. So with that, we were able to put each one of the projects into one of these four categories. So for example, a short-term improvement is one that received a high benefit ranking and a high feasibility ranking, so it provided a lot of community benefit and is relatively easy to implement. Conversely, a future improvement is one that has a lower benefit score and a lower feasibility score. It's more challenging to implement and really doesn't achieve as many community benefits. And so this provides us with a flexible framework. So as the network continues to change over time, so too may some of these projects' categorization as it continues to evolve. From here, staff identified the 50 highest benefit projects, and so those included all those short-term projects, the projects that received high community benefit and high feasibility. Those that were projects that were identified by the Citizens Advisory Committee and the community, and projects that staff recommended moving forward based on our professional judgment and achieving connectivity goals. We examined the construction and maintenance cost of each one of these projects, and we analyzed the availability of funding from a variety of sources, including potential grant sources. And we assumed that any funding that was eligible to go towards maintenance would go towards maintenance of the existing facility, so we just concentrated on funds that were limited to only construction. And based on that analysis, there just really isn't enough funding to implement all 50 of these projects, so we had to refine it further and consider trade-offs, again, connectivity goals and the city's buying power. And based on those trade-offs and the city's limited resources, and again, what we heard from the community through an extensive engagement process, staff and the advisory committee developed this first phase list of projects. This list represents what could be initiated within the next 5-year period based on funding projections and the resources available. Although other parts of the network could potentially be implemented as other opportunities arise, and we'll get into that in a little bit. This list includes 18 network and crossing improvements, studies, and programmatic efforts. It totals approximately $5.8 million for construction and has an annual maintenance cost of $95,000. So this is the first phase project list shown geographically highlighted here. The studies, the list also includes studies, including I-580, studies of the I-580 interchanges, to investigate if there's any short-term improvements that can be made to the existing interchange that would help facilitate bicycle and pedestrian connectivity from north to south. The first phase also looks at East Avenue, shown here as a study. East Avenue is an important corridor within our city, but it's also a very challenging one. So the plan proposes to study this at a finer scale, including traffic studies, engineering analysis, and to get additional public input. And at this time, no decisions or conclusions have been made on how to improve bicycle or pedestrian connectivity. The study results would results and recommendations would come back to council for that decision. The first phase list also includes programmatic efforts such as wayfinding signage and mapping. And mapping includes online tools or mobile applications that will help assist those interested in walking and biking to use the more comfortable routes. As Debbie said, we have a pretty good system. One of the challenges is educating people on the more comfortable ways to get to their destinations. The programmatic efforts also include data collection, so counts and documenting changes to the network, hopefully to help us as we make decisions on improving that network over time. And then finally, the first phase includes interagency coordination, such as assisting LRPD with this connection, the Arroyo Las Positas Trail. Assistance includes things like property research or assistance with preparing grants and other tasks such as that. So in addition to the first phase list, the plan also includes a set of guiding implementation principles. The first is securing maintenance funding prior to implementing a new facility, and building on that to look at sustainability and utilizing sustainable practices, materials, and technologies that would extend the useful life of that facility and hopefully thus reducing the long-term maintenance cost. The plan also calls for the city to be opportunistic and efficient, so proactively pursuing grants, working with private development to construct and maintain the new facilities, and combining the implementation of these active transportation projects with other capital improvement projects, such as street overlays or slurry seals. This photo actually illustrates just that. This is First Street. You're in downtown looking east towards the First Street overcrossing where it crosses the railroad. This is a buffered bike lane, and it was installed as part of an overlay project, which was a relatively inexpensive ad because it was just the painting, the striping, so the city was able to realize an economy of scale. You may remember this was also required as part of the Auburn Grove project as a separated bike facility, and so it also illustrates the next guiding principle, which is project phasing, to implement a cost-effective alternative as an interim step to realizing a short-term improvements. So putting in the buffered lane prior to constructing a full physical separation. And this also allows us to realize some improvement, but also to study the effectiveness of that improvement. And then finally, the guiding principles call for regular review of the plan and its policies and priorities. And we anticipate doing that on a 5-year cycle because it's good practice. It helps us to meet our funding eligibility requirements, and it keeps us competitive for grant opportunities. So that concludes the implementation strategy, and I'm going to pass back to Debbie to conclude the presentation.
We're on the home stretch here. So all of this work resulted in a set of very complete documents, including the plan itself and an appendix, which has a significant amount of the project details, which showed how we gathered the data, analyzed the data, and ended up with the resulting recommendations included. There's also an outreach attachment, which includes all of the information about the variety of outreach events that we held throughout this process, and an initial study mitigated negative declaration that was completed associated with this. And finally, the last document that we have before you today is also the Active Transportation Plan Design Guidelines. And these new design guidelines will be one tool that our city staff will use when developing new facilities. So these guidelines provide an inventory of pedestrian, bicycle, and trail design elements, and they serve as an example of the range of real-world existing conditions to consider. So staff will use these new guidelines along with the city's standards and California-specific guidance when designing projects in the future. So I knew it went one path. So the active transportation plan is consistent with the general plan circulation elements, goals, and policies. However, there are references in the general plans and municipal code that refer to the 2001 version of this plan. So this is a photo of the last version of our Bikeways and Trails Master Plan that was created in 2001. Staff is recommending that the council amend the general plan circulation element and the municipal code to remove outdated references to this 2001 plan and replace them with references for the active transportation plan, and also remove outdated information about, which includes things such as a list of existing bike facilities and a map of recommendations from 2001, because that information is outdated. So replace it now with this new active transportation plan. And with that, the Planning Commission, the City Citizens Advisory Committee, and staff recommend the council adopt a resolution which approves the mitigated negative declaration, approves the active transportation plan and the design guidelines subject to proposed revisions, and amend the general plan, and also introduce an ordinance which amends the municipal code for consistency with this 2001 versus the new active transportation plan. And with that, staff is available for questions.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Do you have a question?
Question.
Sure. Did staff look at the potential for creating cattle driving corridors in the plan after this weekend? I mean, that was pretty. Nope. A city manager, I got into those. Whenever I can make them twitch, that's a good thing. But on a serious note, you're looking at the first phase projects. If we go back to that slide, I see that there is the East Avenue corridor study for $175,000, and I just wanted to clarify this because Mr. Ross touched on this. The only thing in this first phase that we are looking at in terms of East Avenue is the actual study of the corridor. Now, I read Livermore Rants and Raves. I try to read as much of Nextdoor as I possibly can, but because of the neighborhood that I'm in, I'm disconnected from most of the rest of the city. I did see the flyer that circulated saying that we were voting tonight to remove parking on East Avenue. We are not voting tonight to remove any parking on East Avenue. That is not on the table. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, I heard we were taking out 2 lanes.
Well, now wait a minute. I want to get to this because on page 682 of tonight's agenda, for those of you that read through all 2,000 pages, it's on 682. It's City of Livermore K6. I believe it's one of the attachments to the report. It shows the East Avenue project, 7th Street to Dolores Avenue. So this is the area where everyone's concerned that we will be removing parking tonight, which, again, we are not. It shows 3 concepts, and it has one concept with no parking on either side, one concept with parking on one side but not on the other, and a third with parking on both sides but removing 2 lanes. So it is in the concept plan to be studied. Now, I can't foresee any scenario where I would support removing parking in front of someone's home. But that's why we need to study to see if any of the other concepts would work. Now, removing 2 lanes and putting it to 1 lane in that stretch, I think I see Sherry Sheets in the audience. Usually that's where our lead traffic person starts twitching as well. I just wanted to preface this little preamble because I know a lot of people are probably here upset thinking that we're removing parking tonight, and that is not the case. I do think we need to study all of our options. Just to see where we're at and leave it there. So with that, I do have another comment on something up there, but I think, actually, I'll just make it now while I'm rambling. The I-580 corridor or crossing study, that is something I've been very interested in personally because I am a North Livermore resident. And when you look at the heat maps or any of the maps, I mean, you just go through it. It's actually quite interesting. bicycle level of traffic stress, the sidewalk network gaps, the pedestrian level of service. Every single one of those maps, the 580 crossings leading on, across Vasco and also with Springtown, they're all red. They're always red. It's probably the most stressful place in Livermore. So if you need your stress fix, those two areas seem to be always popping up on the heat map. I'm very interested in that corridor study. Again, another study. We don't have the money yet to do things there, but I do understand that they're in possibly some Caltrans plans, some other studies. We really need to get those overcrossings improved for pedestrian connection to the rest of Livermore. So I'll leave it at that, but I just wanted to make kind of a pre-statement.
Councilmember Carling?
First of all, I wanted to say what a complete and thorough report that was part of our package. It's really pretty amazing, all the work and the effort that's gone into that. I think was quite good. I do have some questions about the first phase projects, and it's more because don't understand some of the language you're using here. And I've ridden on most of these routes, so I'm pretty familiar, and I actually live pretty darn close to Kincannon and Epsom. And so when you say crossing Kincannon and Epsom, what is it you would do there? This is what I'm curious about. And I assume it's to make it safer to get to Sunset School, but I'm not even positive about that.
Right.
Okay.
So each of the crossings were evaluated based on factors that I mentioned, including the number of traffic lanes, the speed, and factors like that. Right. And so we have a list of potential crossing improvements that could be utilized at each of these locations that were identified. Each of the crossings were then given an intensity ranking, and then what was so the intensity ranking, I don't remember offhand which is medium. So that includes potential improvements such as rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which are these, which we have on South Livermore Avenue, just as an example at that trail area. Median refuge island, curb extensions, so ways to get, so for the children crossing to get to Sunset School, so that their distance that they cross Concannon is shorter, and therefore it improves comfort but also improves safety in that area.
Okay. And so, I was curious so I guess that explains why that's roughly 172,000, yet going from Lawrence to Livermore all the way to Livermore High is 140,000. So what would you do? There's a bicycle.
Right.
There's a lane there now that you would have been in, was up there earlier.
So
just, it's essentially a white line.
Right. So the proposed bicycle route, which is the one you're referring to from the labs over to the high school.
Right.
The improvements for that would include such things as signage to show the route for bicyclists, so that they know where to kind of zig and zag along the way, and also include painting on the ground, such as they're called sharrows or legends, which would show that the roadway users should share with cars and bicyclists. So those would be the improvement recommendations along that particular route.
So would you do it on both sides of the road then? You say from Lawrence to Livermore, but
Correct.
it also
it would be both sides,
okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. Let's see. Let me get this back up here. Pardon me? Oh, I have public comment too. I just had a couple of, let's see. I had never seen the term armadillo before. I thought that was fabulous, that those little things in the middle of the road, those are called armadillos. I thought that was, you learn something new every day. And of course, education on the trash cans and the bike lanes, I think that's something you just need to make sure people are aware of, because going down Arroyo, that's trash can day, and how do you make sure that people are good to negotiate around those?
Particularly bad on L Street.
Yeah.
On Tuesdays.
One question, and this actually comes up in a later element that we're going to be talking about tonight, but when they were talking about the downtown and also in another project in the downtown, this concept of the bike boulevard, and where does that come in the in the grand scheme of things as far as the priority of the projects? Or are we just going to incorporate that? This is regarding the legacy project.
Yeah. So a bike boulevard you can think of as kind of like a enhanced bike route. So in addition to the signs and the on-street legends or pavement markings that Debbie just mentioned, it would also include other traffic calming measures. Could include bulb outs or things like chicanes, things that slow traffic down. And
Okay.
so in the context of First Street, we already have a lot of those elements put in place. And so we could be adding the pavement and the signage and consider it a bike boulevard.
Okay, so those two projects are talking to each other. Yeah, okay, great. And with that, I'm going to open up the public hearing. We have Beth Wilson, Gordon Bull, and Brent. Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Marchand. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members and staff. My name is Beth Wilson, and I would like to show you the urgent importance of a trail connection. Its title is T6. Actually, when we had the map, Andy had his green line kind of showing it, but he didn't happen to mention it. There we go. Thank you, Andy, or whoever's doing that there. Its title is T6, and it connects the greater Springtown area with the rest of Livermore. T6 runs east to west, following creeks until it across the Springtown area, until it dead ends about a third of a mile southwest of Springtown Boulevard. From there, it's just been a dotted line for I don't know how many years. I've lived there for 20 years. I've actively been working on this for 11 years, since before I got onto LARPD, just as a resident there. But it goes through open private land and the future Catholic high school until it would be crossing over the Las Colinas overpass and connect with a current trail that's already there and leading into the rest of town. Las Colinas overpass, of course, is a road, but it doesn't go anywhere at this point, so it's a safe, it would be green and not red, like the two highway overcrossings now that I'm terrified, I don't go on them. There are approximately 10,000 of us living in northeast Livermore, and there's no safe legal way that we can bicycle to get to work or to school on the other side of the freeway. I became aware of this issue 11 years ago and started contacting city staff member Steve Stewart to see what we could do to move a trail forward. He was very patient and helpful, but the trail still isn't built, of course. This trail will be a major active transportation route used by many people for work, for school, for shopping, and for exercising. One young man who wrote a letter to the editor and then contacted me a couple of years ago, he's off at college now, but he lived in our general area and wanted to be able to ride his bike to Livermore High School. I don't know how many more young people there are in that and couldn't do that. So we're still working on that, but now it looks more realistic, thank goodness. Part of this area, this trail connection that we're talking about, is outside the city limits, but staff has met with LARPD staff. As an LARPD director, I will put it on our 18-19 budget that we're having our budget meeting actually day after tomorrow, and I'll make sure that it gets listed on our budget. Doesn't have to be specific at this point, but plans on that. I want to express my deep appreciation for all the help that the staff has given to me in my quest. Andy Ross, Debbie Bell, Steve Stewart have all gone out of their way to get me information, being very pleasant as well as helpful. And once again, I urge you to make this trail connection a top priority in our active transportation project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Gordon Bull, Brent, and
I suspect that there's a lot of people here on account of this flyer that was given to us all. Now, this gentleman over here was saying, well, we haven't exactly looked at it, but You know, I kind of wonder, the word comfort or discomfort or uncomfortable was used throughout this presentation, and I wonder, because we started off the meeting talking about safety. Were your folks substituting comfort for safety in this? No? You don't see it? You don't? Okay.
Just go ahead and with your comments, and we'll address the.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
Definitions later.
I'm wondering if anyone who have been doing the studying, has come out on East Avenue during the commute hour. Now, if any of this stuff goes into play, doing away with lanes on either side is just going to be a safety issue, because you're going to have cars driving down the bicycle lanes, because people going to and from the Livermore Labs, Sandia Labs. My goodness, in the mornings or in the afternoons, it's crowded. It's a heavily trafficked boulevard, and to remove lanes from a heavily trafficked boulevard makes no sense to me at all. It just promotes discomfort for some people, unsafe environments for other people, for the drivers. It really does. And taking away parking, that doesn't make any sense either. I mean, why would somebody come up with a plan and to kind of misquote Star Wars, to forget about the needs of the many for the needs of the few? So you got to sort of take into consideration all the traffic on East Avenue, and you got to take into consideration the homeowners on East Avenue, of which I'm one. That's my statement, and I hope it's considered.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. Brent, Susie Huffstadter, and Stephen Dunbar.
Good evening. I'm going to follow this fine young gentleman over here. I live in California, which is a couple streets off of East Avenue. And, I've looked at their plan. And it's funny, I went back to the 2013 City Council meeting. A lot of similar faces up there in the 2013 as it is today. And the things that need to be done, to me, we haven't achieved a lot in that time. And now we're about to take $175,000 to do a study to see how viable it is to do something on East Avenue. I don't bike. I rollerblade, though, and walk and run. I walk my dogs. And I literally walked kind of back in the back area. And all the way from Livermore High, I can get up to where the bike lane starts at the red light on the other side of Rotten Robbie's, all the way through the neighborhoods. So there's a connection already there. People just don't use it. They want the convenience of being down the main thoroughfare. And when I go back and I look at the homes, I live in the second home that was built in the Jensen tract. It was the assistant director to the lab. I have his house. And his daughter actually came to my house and told us a lot of stories about it and how that area grew. But when I look along East Avenue, you still have a lot of those homes that were built in the 50s where you only had one car, if that. They relied on other transportations. They walked. Now we have kids that are living with parents till they're in their 40s because they can't afford to go get their own home here in California. So we do have multiple cars, and there is nowhere else to park. And if we take what is being suggested, which is through the mediation piece, and push them off to the side streets, well, those people have multiple cars. And we're just going to start a domino effect going all the way back. I'd much rather see the council take the money, the $175,000, and work on some of the interconnects that we can work on. Put that money toward that. Let East Avenue kind of be the last thing that we work with, because again, if you look at the trails that run through here, they connect back into the neighborhoods on the other side, which again connects back all the way up to where the existing bike lane starts, going down to the lab. I do worry about people's safety. I travel it every day to and from my work off of Vasco to my business. I've seen near misses. I've seen a lot of people. My son, actually, stepson, got hit at the Charlotte Way intersection. So I have a vested interest to see the safety of the people. But at the same time, I don't want to spend money on a study that we can use elsewhere. We've already got interconnection, it already works. You may not get there as quickly as you want to. It may take you an extra 10 minutes. Get up 10 minutes earlier and get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Susie Hufstadter, Stephen Dunbar, Evan Branning.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Susie Hufstadter. I work for a nonprofit called Bike East Bay. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for addressing this plan, and I would like to support adoption of this plan. I also have a few comments that could be added as amendment for staff to add in later on. First is I really support the movement towards replacing old bikeways or non-existent bikeways with new ones during repaving. This can be done in such a way that doesn't remove lanes but sometimes narrows them. Livermore has extremely wide lanes, and asking staff to not only add in new ones but add in new ones to the highest standard, and that will allow new people to bike when they otherwise couldn't. And I want to really sort of reiterate the staff statement earlier that the goal of such a plan in Livermore and in other cities throughout the East Bay is to have new people biking. So that means really looking at the streets and thinking about how we can narrow lanes, calm traffic in such a way that actually improves safety. Speed is the #1 factor in dangerous streets. So what can we do to bring speeds down and create comfort for more users? And comfort and safety are actually connected. Comfort means bringing new people who might not have ordinarily felt comfortable biking into that mode. And I also want to address the multitude of bike boulevards that are on this plan. A bike boulevard is a really excellent type of transportation facility for bikes because it's a street that is extremely calm. Almost no auto traffic, basically just people who live there, and it's a route that people can get through biking. I think that the plan has a few recommendations for bike boulevards on streets where that may not be feasible. The design guidelines say 2,500 ADT, average daily traffic. That's basically like a neighborhood street, and average speeds around 20 to 25 miles per hour. So think about what that feels like, and then look at like First Street near Safeway, for example. If that doesn't seem like it's feasible or possible, it may be good to set metrics, set goals for those projects, and if that's not going to achieve it, then revise it to a different standard. So we're talking about a street where kids would want to bike to school. And if you look at a plan and you say, yeah, I would let my kids bike there, that's what we're going for, especially near schools. But if it seems unfeasible for that to happen, it needs to be reevaluated for a different type according to the excellent design guidelines. So really, really take that in consideration, strongly support an excellent forward-thinking bike plan, and thanks so much to staff for your hard work.
Thank you for your comments, and thanks to Dave Campbell for his great advocacy as well. Steve Dunbar, Evan Branning.
Good evening, staff. Stephen Dunbar, Livermore resident. I'm going to read basically right off my notes. I'm here because of my mother, who biked me to school as a child on an assisted tricycle in a town much like this one. She had MS and she couldn't drive. And so bikes can actually be an enabler for people who can't otherwise drive or get around, even with disability. I want that to be possible for others, and that means I want comfort. I want to thank rewind a little bit. I want to thank staff and you for helping us with the Jack London intersection. It's not perfect, but it got a lot better as a result of close collaboration. I really appreciate that. I encourage those of you who bike to go check it out when it's complete, probably a month or two from now. Like Susie, I'm here to offer my support of the bike plan. With the amendments we sent in an email earlier, we want clear environmental or safety goals. Hayward does this. They put a really strong numeric goal in, and they have a lot to do. I mean, Hayward's behind on bike safety, but that's worked very well for them. It holds everyone accountable, and it helps readjust priorities faster than a 5-year plan could help you readjust. So maybe you need to evaluate doing something like that. You know, just are there more people biking? How many things have we repaved this year? And put it in a report that you can see once a year, once every other year, so you can evaluate whether we're on track with this plan. I want a little bit stronger language to maximize the value, dollar for dollar, fixing things during repaving. And like Susie, I'm worried that a few of these bike boulevards are going to be pretty hard to implement. There's one that's on a bus route. There's one on First Street, and I don't know if you are around First Street, but people still bike on the sidewalks because they still don't feel safe. So it's still an issue there. And then on 6th Street as well, it seems quite hard to get the level of safety and low stress that you would expect from a bike boulevard there. We're not building for you or I, but 40% plus of the people who would like to bike for more trips if it was safer, and meanwhile reducing emissions and accidents while increasing their own health. I know there's been some hubbub about this East Avenue issue. I do support the corridor study. Maybe it's not the most important thing, but some of the side routes do double your length of time to get down East Avenue. And if we double it there and then double it again in some other neighborhood, pretty much, soon you're really doubling and making a very long bike ride. So it is a corridor study. I will personally go out and flyer that neighborhood with outreach for when that study happens. I do look forward to working with staff to maximize our benefit during repaving. I've already given comments for this year's repaving study, and I hope we get, follow the design guidelines in some of the projects that we can do this year. I do hope we increase trail funding. The lady who's commenting from Springtown is right. There are a lot of good trail things in here we won't be able to get without more funding for them. Although staff has indicated they don't have the resources to create a BPAC, I do encourage you to consider whether you should create a transportation advisory committee where you could take feedback on all the modes, cars, bikes, buses, PEDs, and even new technologies like all those scooters we're hearing about, so we can evaluate those things and give you a good synopsis as we go along. It doesn't have to meet often, once every 6 months, just keep up to date. So I hope you take that into consideration as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Evan Branning?
Good evening, City Council, staff. Thank you very much. My name is Evan Branning. I'm speaking on my own behalf. I want to echo what a lot of people have said actually today. Really, I am grateful for this plan coming forward. I'm a biker. I go around town a lot. Just like Councilman Carling, I've been on many of these routes, and I've seen some of them are great, some of them have some issues, and I do think this plan goes a long way to address them. What I would like to say is just a few things. First, I want to start with my story, which is that when I'm out there and I'm biking, I do get nervous with some of the routes that we have in this city, and particularly when I'm biking through Pleasanton, it gets a little bit dodgier, but there's a lot of times when I find myself on the sidewalks because there's simply nothing other than a striped bike lane that's 5 feet wide, where we have a major thoroughfare, people going 45, 50 miles an hour. On roads like that, I don't particularly feel safe and will end up not using the bike lane, even though I know it's there for that purpose. So it is important that we do have the community and everyone involved who actually does bike to be part of the decisions and part of advising on these. On a simple residential street, it's true, you don't need much, but when you look at streets like Isabel, you wouldn't want to be on Isabel biking. So with that said, I do hope that you listen to the comments that were made earlier. I think that we've got some great ideas coming out. I really like this idea of forming a standing transportation committee. I think that could help a lot moving forward, not just with the bike issues, but also with improving bus access, traffic, all of the many problems we have with transportation in the city. With all that, the last idea that I do want to just put out there when we are looking at striping that I've seen in other cities is if you move the bike lane to the sidewalk and the parking outside of the bike lane, it gives a natural buffer on streets where you still need street parking. It's a very inexpensive fix in a lot of those cases, and it also does provide a lot more safety. I was in San Jose actually when they did that there, and it was stunning how much it improved access and use of the bike lanes instead of people biking on either the sidewalk or simply driving. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Branning. Okay, that's it for the cards that I have. So I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the City Council. Vice Mayor Werner? Questions, comments?
A few, both. First, the comments. Very impressive document, so thank you very much for it. I think it's it's a lot to get through, and but it is inspiring, actually, to think that we can do something. So thank you. A couple of things I wanted to follow up on, and maybe it's a question. So Beth Wilson asked about the T6, and one of the things that occurs to me is that it is something that's been out there on the plans for a long time, and it does impact a lot of people. And when you think about your, your matrix here with, or the high-low things, it strikes me that it may have an inordinately high value because there are a lot of people, and it's been a need there. And I'm not sure that, or I guess the question is, was that value factored in? I mean, is my impression that that's a very high value trail true? I guess is my
Yes,
first
you are
question.
correct. That trail segment has a very high community benefit.
And it's a really high difficulty making it happen.
Yes, the feasibility is extremely low.
But it has been a lot of years that it's been talked about. And, when we did put a new overpass over in the last few years, we didn't kind of fix a crossing too well there, right? Or not? I mean, is that considered good enough in that area? Or did we really take the opportunity?
So at Las Colinas, we had originally anticipated that the Catholic high school would provide many of the improvements that we were looking
So
for.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, in this plan, or what I would like to somehow suggest and have the council say, yeah, that's right, is up this in a way that we can actually make it happen in less than 10 years. Kind of, I don't know what that takes, but it seems to really emphasize that as a high priority to figure out in a way that makes it happen.
So I would just add that based on conversations we've had with LRPD staff on this issue, we've already started to start to tee up some of the iterative steps that need to occur before we can realize this trail. And so what we've budgeted for in this 5 years is to continue that effort, to do research and
So let me ask it this
get
way.
grant ready.
Right. So given the path that it's currently on, how many years would it take to get done?
So I think a big part of the issue is acquisition of private property, and then just the funding for that acquisition. In the absence of a project that moves forward, a Catholic high school project, the city or LARPD would need to identify funding or find grant funding to go out and acquire that property.
It sounds like a lot of, maybe what you just said, well, there's this in the way, you'll have to catch 22. I guess, is there some way that we can emphasize it more so that it gets done within less than 10 years?
Well, I had a question about T6 as well, and I think this may help with the conversation if I...
Sure.
It's,
Certainly.
Now, looking at T6 in the funding chart, I was surprised to see costs of $1.5 million for one section, another $1 million for another section, $700,000 for a section. If you go back to that trail map, this leads into T29 was one that I looked at and said, whoa, wait a minute. You're going from Brushy Peak all the way to Las Positas. And then I looked up the chart with the current estimate today, and it's a $9 million trail. So I think, I hear what you're saying in terms of escalating it, but, I look at these plans, and they do rely heavily on mitigation for development in some cases. I don't know if we go forward with trying to acquire private property that should be, installing these amenities as part of the development. So maybe it's, what can we do to accelerate the development related to the trail? So I don't know what the status is of the Catholic high school. It sounds kind of, we don't try to encourage a high school being constructed just to get the trail, but I mean, what's the status of the high school? I don't know if that's, leads into the 10-year.
No, I guess, yeah, and thank you for the thought. But what I was trying to get at is, that's one idea. But my concern is that it's like, well, this is hard, so oh well. Right. Next. And we're just going to do that for another decade or 2 decades or whatever. So how do we change the thinking and the priority relative to this so that it actually happens? And you stop just talking and studying and wishing, and we actually get it done. And so that's my request. Is that possible for us to set a, I mean, I would like to somehow out of this, I don't know if it's in matter initiated or it's in this time, but I would certainly like to make a motion at some point that I'm allowed to that says, let's get this thing done. Figure it out.
Right. So we have a $5 million total for the 5-year period. What we would need to do if we really wanted to acquire property and go build that trail, which we could do, would be to reprioritize it and not do as many of the other improvements within that first period. So that's certainly a possibility, if, you know, or we have to identify additional funding.
So how do I tee that up for a decision here?
Well, one of the other things that we're actually doing here is this is actually outside the city. And so that is the reason that LARPD is the lead agency on this. So we wanted to do all the things we could to make this easier, to essentially do the grant writing, do the property research, do all of those things, but not actually get in the driver's seat of constructing something that's outside our municipal boundaries. And so that's why you see it as it is. Now, I think if indeed it's the council's pleasure to actually, you know, prioritize this as, even though it's outside our city, to prioritize this to get this done, that's another item that I think we need to work with LAPD staff and bring both the board and you back something. I'd feel more comfortable prioritizing projects that are actually inside the city.
That's great. That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
And maybe that's the way to phrase it, or however I get it. Work with them and come back with some proposal that will work.
Very good.
So
now, is that some proposal specifically related to that trail section, or
right. So sort of a plan? I mean, we've been through this before when we were trying to get, you know, deal with our OPEB and things. It's once we say, think about it in a way that makes it happen, they kind of can make it happen. That's all. And I'm just saying, come back with what you got. So the other thing, and I think others probably resonated with it, was the suggestion on the Transportation Advisory Committee. So I wanted to just ask a question. Is that feasible? Make sense? I mean, what's staff think of that?
The one item there is council direction previously has been to limit your standing committees. They're expensive, is one of the items there, and council has, at least so far, limited the number of standing advisory committees, and in cases where there are special subjects, you've dealt with it as you have in this particular case, assembling a committee at key milestone points, updates in the plan, or at a periodic review, as you said, it's built into the plan, rather than having a standing committee. In lieu of that, as we ultimately are doing projects and other outreaches, you've heard from the audience that staff has already established essentially relationships with some of the groups and interests out there, and we'll be working with those. A standing committee, at least in your previous direction to us, has not been one of the things that you've had us do on various subjects.
So your suggestion is let those groups who are very interested in this continue to work with staff and see how effective that is, and if there's some issue that can't be resolved, then we can think about it. But I think the one example on the Jack London intersection there with Isabel, it was an example of where it was brought forth and we kind of worked it out and got something that more or less worked. So that's your recommendation at the moment, is make sure we continue to engage and then see if there's some problem, and that would come up in a council meeting, then we can go from there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I got one last, it's kind of arcane thing, but I was grinding through the package here, and I resonated with it. It's, I don't know, it's page 1003 of the plan, and it talks about diagonal parking and the bicycle path. And this is something that Sherry Sheets and I had talked about before, is that backing in diagonal parking is actually the safer, better way to do it. And we had talked about it on the new street we're going to put in downtown, and it was like, well, that's just too weird for people. But now seeing it here, and it acknowledges it's the safer way to do it, the question comes up, should we do it? And how do we decide? I mean, do we just, I see people raising hands saying, yeah, we should do it. Well, why don't we do it?
We absolutely can do it. It's something that is allowable. It is, in some situations, safer. I think it's a very context-specific recommendation. So we do have for, I think it is 3rd Street downtown or 5th Street downtown, a recommendation to consider look at do engineering for rear-end angled parking, and along with that comes education then. So education of our bicyclists and car drivers, how that works, and what to be aware of and look out for when you are parking and when you're exiting, and also when you're riding your bike by. So it's possible, absolutely.
I mean, when you think about it, it really makes a lot of sense. So given this, there's something out there that makes a lot of sense, but we haven't done it. I mean, what do we have to do to actually make it happen?
So it is on our list of recommendations, so it will be likely implemented when we have the funding to move forward on a project that has angled parking.
Okay,
and would benefit from it.
so when's the first time we'll see a recommendation come to us?
It is not on the first phase of projects. However, if there's a street that's getting resurfaced or overlaid in that area where there is rear angle parking,
Well,
or
what
where there
about
is
one that's
angled
being,
parking,
what about one that's being built from scratch?
You could. I think you'd want to see if that's really part of a bike route and whether it makes sense in that
Just
location.
asking that you think about it.
Councilor Stelsky?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great plan. I think we also need to remember that plans not only prioritize the funding that we have now, but they're also great tools for going out and getting additional funding, either through grants or through mitigation projects. As I mentioned, some of the trails, $9 million. Are we ever going to fund that on our own out of the general plan or general fund? No. But there could be a project in the future, mitigation, who knows what. That's why I just wanted to remind people that this is a planning tool, not the end-all be-all of every project that we're doing in the city for the next 20 or 30 years. I'm fine with the first phase project list. I think it's a good distribution of items throughout the city. It looks like, and I believe you mentioned this, that you did kind of look at the equity throughout the city and some of the features that can be installed. It's kind of the most bang for our buck that we can get for the $5.8 million that we do have budgeted for this plan. I believe I brought up a transportation advisory committee several months ago when we were talking about residential traffic calming. I would entertain looking at our advisory committees and seeing if there is room for a transportation advisory committee, maybe even talking about some of the issues. We could leave that for a future meeting. I don't think we need to agendize that now, but if there is interest, I would definitely support that. Other than that, I think it's a very comprehensive plan. Lots of great and exciting projects. I do share Vice Mayor Warner's urge to get things done as quickly as possible. I also understand some of the right-of-way acquisition issues that are associated with some of the projects. So great work, and thank you.
Councilmember Carling?
So a couple of people brought up East Avenue. So help me understand what the issues are. I've ridden on East Avenue hundreds of times going to and from Sandia during my career. So I frankly never thought it was all that bad. So what is it the study hopes to accomplish?
So as Andy mentioned, it's a complex corridor just because it has the schools as well as retail, and it's getting people from and to downtown and the labs, major employers, and destination areas. The speed and the number of vehicles at different times of day can be very uncomfortable for kids trying to get to the schools. So that's a major concern in terms of the potential use or increase of use for bicyclists on that roadway. Some of the more active and comfortable bicyclists are absolutely able and willing to get on those lanes and ride to and from the lab or to and from downtown. But again, we're trying to create a system that is comfortable for all ages and all abilities. So that doesn't mean that everybody should ride on every roadway. However, East Avenue is one that can definitely be improved for those that are a little bit less active, agile, and comfortable on their bikes, and try to encourage families. We've heard from throughout many of our outreach engagement workshops and such, we heard from a lot of families that they're trying to get to downtown and they can't get to downtown. So there's concern with the number of vehicles and speeds of those.
What was that flyer that was held up by the gentleman? I hadn't seen that, so I'd have no idea what he was talking about.
Oh, I got one dropped off at my house while I was out in
What
the
is
front
it?
yard. They didn't bother to let me know they're there. They came up and put it up under the windshield wiper on my car, and I was hoping to catch them and stop.
Yeah, but what
them.
is it?
It's anonymous. It's just
What
links,
does it say, though?
Oh, that we're going to narrow East Avenue down to one lane, that we're going to eliminate private parking on East Avenue, and both of which I oppose. But, regardless, it would have been nice to know who was doing it. It's pretty much an anonymous flyer that looks good to somebody.
So Mr. Dunbar has brought up a couple of items, and he also wrote, I think he provided some correspondence. So what's your response to his suggestions? He wanted to change the word to shall rather than, I suppose, may.
Yes, Mr. Dunbar did a very thorough review of the
Yes,
document.
it was amazing.
And so some of those changes we're proposing to make, they're non-substantive, they're grammatical cleanups. Others...
Sure, but there were three sort of principal ones that he submitted, right?
Yes. So Mr. Dunbar...
Those are the ones I'm interested in, not the grammatical.
Yes. So Mr. Dunbar asked to improve access to schools by studying the areas within that vicinity, the immediate vicinity of a school, that a bike boulevard may not be sufficient when you have conflict between vehicles dropping off kids and kids trying to ride. So we've proposing to address that, and as stated in the revision sheet, by adding some language to the plan in the narrative that says when designing bike boulevards to focus attention on the immediate areas surrounding school to avoid such conflict. And then hopefully we would address it at a project-specific level. One of the other comments was for bikeways on existing streets in the neighborhoods that are not proposed to have new facilities, to consider improving them as part of a roadway improvement project, like an overlay or slurry seal. We've added language to the design guidelines that gives city staff the flexibility to investigate that to see if it makes sense and is appropriate.
Okay.
And the third one?
Metrics.
Metrics.
That was his first one, right?
So I know that he requested metrics when it was in reference to the level of traffic stress. So what that was, he was asking.
No, I thought it had more to do with metrics of how we were working toward the plan.
Yes, Mr. Dunbar wanted targeted goals as part of
Right.
the policies.
Mhm.
Our intention when we brought forth the policies and goals to the community and we got feedback on them was to keep them broad and flexible and create a framework in which to work in,
Okay.
and not set specific targets.
Okay. I had one more that I brought up a few weeks ago was bike sharing, and I want, excuse me, I noticed I saw that in your report. I just wonder what the status of that was in terms of evaluating whether that might make sense. I'm not trying to insist on this. I was just wondering what the status was.
So staff has been researching bike sharing. There's actually a users group of different staff throughout Alameda County that are looking into bike sharing and or employing that in their communities. And so staff has been a part of conference calls and discussions on that and preparing to bring something back to you to look at the feasibility in Livermore.
Because that could be another way to encourage people to get on the bike, and if they see the bikes around, I think they're likely to try and take advantage of them on occasion. So, okay, thanks.
Councilor Coomber?
I've heard, I think, not having, I have a two bike here that I ride on every day. It's like two bikes, it's, close enough. But everybody knows that I'm a trail advocate. I've been that way for years. I've written about it for years, about human-powered ability to get around town and it seems for me, the bike lanes are the smaller part of it. It's the street crossings which are the most dangerous and which I'm more interested in. And East Avenue, 4th Street are two just. I mean, there's several, but two that I frequent a lot, and I'll see during farmers market, for instance, on Thursday. They have one that is on South J and 4th. It crosses and has the flashing lights, and generally people stop there. They stop better when there's a motorcycle officer sitting at the intersection. But at South K, there isn't any there, and it's really dicey to get across that street. And that's one of the things for a pedestrian or someone who travels at my speed. And it doesn't mean I don't go far. I've practiced every new section of trail as it's been built in the South Livermore area, as well as I go once a year, which I did in February, from Livermore on the regional trails through town to Pleasanton and to Concord on the Iron Horse Trail, and back in a day. That's 70 miles. Anybody thinks they want to bring their 37 speeds and try and go out there with me sometime. But the ability to get people out, not just on bikes, but pedestrians. I always tell people if you're within 2.5 miles of downtown, you should be able to walk down here without fear of being run over. Unfortunately, these things happen, or they're near misses all the time. And this hanging out at farmers market will indicate that when you're on South K. So I'm really enthused by some of the new crossings, that the ideas for them. And I just kind of want to know what the experience has been with the flashing lights and the crosswalks, because I can see a point. It becomes that if somebody doesn't want to use the flashing lights when they cross the street, the drivers become desensitized to people in the street and concentrate more on the flashing lights. Is there anything to address that ever? Have you ever heard of that? Because I noticed this when driving around. My wife and I talk about it. Well, I listen, okay. But my wife and I chat about these flashing lights things, and when we see when somebody doesn't press the button, but they start out across the street, it's harder for people to recognize that somebody's coming across. And I wonder if there's what's the next generation of ways to make crossings safer besides stoplights? They can't do that every 2 blocks. Is there any tweener measures to something like that? Because I see it all the time coming down East Avenue again. East Avenue at Jensen is generally a crossing that is really dangerous. It's got a flashing light, but whenever I see somebody who doesn't press that button, drivers just keep plowing right through. And so that's an issue. I don't know if it's one we can solve, but it's something to start thinking about at the next generation of safe pedestrian crossings when you have a street where the average speed is well above the posted speed.
That's the issue right there, is the average speed well above the posted speed. And so I think the idea is that you want to create slower streets that are consistently slower, allow drivers to be more aware of what's going on. That's one tool, right? So having traffic calming measures. But I think also there are a lot of ways of promoting visibility of the pedestrian, and that could be done either by maybe bulb outs where they're actually further out on a curb in the street so that a car can see them more easily, particularly if there's parking on a curb, and then the flashing lights are an option. More high visibility crosswalks, so rather than just kind of the 2 bars, but high visibility, it gives vehicles the sense that they're hitting a crosswalk. There are other pavement markings that can be used, as well as lighting, so pedestrian or street lighting, and ensuring that wherever those crossings are located, that there is visibility day and night, which I think is an issue a little bit in Livermore. Having driven and walked around at night, it's definitely, there are areas that are dark pockets. So I think that's one of the things that's a recommendation in the plan, and I think that does help improve safety.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for such a comprehensive study. It was just, I won't say it was fun reading, but it was intriguing. I didn't want to put the book down ever. I just kept going.
Again, great study, and my compliments to the Citizens Advisory Committee. They did a tremendous job. A lot of information here, and just you're talking about the crosswalks and the like. Personal responsibility on both sides. We've got a lot of places where you press the button to cross the street. You have the Arroyo Crossing. Press the button. I mean, everybody's got to take responsibility. Almost a day doesn't go by that people blow a red light or blow a stop sign, and just have to slow down. I've almost gotten run over in people driving out of the inn in schools because everybody's in a hurry. And just slow down, follow the laws. They're there to protect us. we can engineer as many things as possible, but as Edward Teller said, there's nothing that's foolproof. There's always a fool bigger than the proof. So we do the best we can, but we have to make sure that everybody's working together to make sure everybody stays safe. But again, a great plan here. I won't belabor it, except one point that I thought was interesting was the asthma rates in Livermore are higher. And I can't help but think that it's not related somehow to the miles of traffic crawling from over the Altamont, from the San Joaquin Valley, going to Silicon Valley and going to across the valley. And that's why we tried to get BART in here, but that's a whole other story. And we've talked about that earlier. So, but great work. I love the stress levels that went through. Just a very comprehensive study, and I certainly appreciate that. Any further comments from the council? I'd be willing to entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of item, I guess it's 5.1 at this point.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Spadowski, seconded by Councilmember Coomber. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, what I'd like to do is start 5.02, get through the presentation and the hearing, and then we will go into the vote, and we'll take a break at the vote. Sound like a plan?
Sure.
Okay, very good then. I would like to start 5.02, the hearing to consider the proposed increased levy of assessment for landscape maintenance districts, Orchard Business Park, Jack London Place, and Silver Oaks. Thank you very much. Thanks, Debbie. Thanks, David. Hand off to City Clerk, please. Great, thank you. All right, thank you. Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Anthony Smith, an analyst in the Public Works Department. The city currently manages 92 landscape maintenance districts. The majority of these districts collect sufficient revenues to pay for the annual operations maintenance costs. 3 of these districts are not able currently to collect sufficient revenues to meet the annual requirements. These 3 districts, known as Orchard Business Park, Jack London Place, and Silver Oaks, currently have reduced maintenance standards. They also require a subsidy each year from the general fund in order to keep operating even at that reduced maintenance level. In order to provide a better quality landscape service, the city has distributed ballots to each of the property owners in these 3 districts. The property owners are being asked for an increased assessment as well as an enduring cap formula, which will allow the maximum assessment to go up each year by the CPI plus 1%. So tonight, staff is requesting that the council hold a public hearing, receive ballots, and determine if a majority protest exists. If a majority protest exists, the increased assessments cannot be imposed. That concludes my very brief presentation. We're available for questions if you have any.
Okay, any questions at this point? Okay, well, this public hearing is to receive protests regarding 3 landscape maintenance districts. We've identified those as Orchard Business Park, Jack London Place, and Silver Oaks. Oral protests and comments can be heard at this time. If you wish to address the council during this public hearing, please complete a blue speaker card and submit it to the city clerk to my left, your right, and you'll be given 3 minutes to address the council. If you do not want to speak but wish to submit written comments, you may also do so at any time before the close of public hearing. Please give your written comments to the city clerk. They will be part of the administrative record for this hearing. If you have not mailed your ballots, you may give them to the city clerk at any time before I close the public hearing. If you need a replacement ballot, they are available here tonight from the clerk. Just before we are ready to close the hearing, I will again ask for any more ballots. Please be sure to mark and sign your ballot before you turn it in, since unmarked or unsigned ballots cannot be counted. Once the hearing is formally closed, no more ballots may be accepted. The assessment ballots will be tabulated after the hearing is closed. The ballots will be tabulated by the city clerk, and under law, the ballots are disclosable public records and open for inspection before and after and during tabulation. If there is not a majority protest, the council will have the authority to approve the assessments. Approval by the ballot process does not automatically levy the assessments. For that reason, any oral or written remarks about the assessment district will be considered by the council, but will not count as part of the formal Proposition 218 ballot approval process. So with that, I am willing to accept any written protests or submission of ballots. I am going to open the public hearing. We have heard the presentation. Are there any cards for the public hearing? Does anyone wish to submit ballots at this time? In that case, I'm going to close the public hearing. And so the last opportunity to submit ballots. Seeing no further comments, the hearing is now closed. We're now going to take a short recess, a little bit later than normal, but I ask the city clerk to please tabulate the ballots. And let's take about 5 minutes here. Very good. Thank you. We are going through 5.02, which is the Landscape Maintenance District Levy of Assessments. We just had the balloting, and I'd like to ask the city clerk to go over the results, if you would.
For the Orchard Business Park LMD 1995-1, the percent in favor was 67.93, against was 32.07. This was a weighted assessment, and the increase was approved.
Okay, approved.
For the Jack London Place LMD 1995-3, there were 4 votes in favor, 12 against, and the increase was not approved. For the Silver Oaks LMD 1990-1, there were 0 votes in favor, 8 votes against, and the increase was not approved.
Okay. So now that the public hearing is complete, the council may consider and adopt the resolution of intent to levy and collect the annual assessments under the Landscape Maintenance and Lighting Act of 1972, but it looks like there's only one which meets that requirement. That would be the Orchard Business Park LMD 1995-1. Is that correct?
So Mayor, the resolution of intention tonight is actually for all 92 districts.
Okay.
The engineer's report in front of you tonight has essentially both scenarios for each of these 3 districts.
Okay.
It's got a budget sheet for pass and not pass. So when the council confirms the levy at the June 25th meeting, the engineer's report and the resolution at that time will reflect just the outcome of this, along with all the other assessments.
Okay, very good. So at that case, I will be willing to entertain a motion. Don't everybody jump in at once.
Sure, no, it also, I know, Mayor, you called for a motion, but just a quick clarification. So for the zones that did not approve the assessment increase, what I assume will happen is that you will maintain what you can in those zones with the funding levels that you have for as long as you can, and try and maintain them at some level. They can expect that services might decline because of a lack of funding.
Yes, we would expect that the maintenance level will decline from where it is currently, because right now, again, that reduced level is being subsidized through the general fund. So at this point, we would look to
reduce the level of services.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that people know that voting no will mean a reduced level of services, and then when things maybe turn even worse, they voted no. So just a reminder. Okay.
Right.
So you were calling for motion for 5.02. Do we need a specific motion for the engineer's report, or just moving item 5.02 is sufficient?
Staff recommendation.
So the preliminary approval is contained within your resolution of intention. So if you move the resolution of intention.
Okay.
That'll suffice.
All right, so I'll move item 5.02, the resolution of intention to levy and collect the annual landscape maintenance assessments.
Moved by Councilmember Spadowski, seconded by Vice Mayor Warner. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? It passed unanimously. Very good, thank you, and thank you for the vote and for the comments. Moving on to 5.03. This is the Legacy Partners Growth Brothers site.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Legacy Partners has requested City Council approval to redevelop the former Growth Brothers Chevrolet site that's located at the western edge of the downtown core, with a mixed-use development that has 222 apartments and about 14,000 square feet of ground floor commercial space fronting onto Livermore Avenue. The property is against the former Growth Brothers Chevrolet site. It's bounded on the west side by South M Street and Mill Springs Apartments, on the north by Railroad Avenue and Station Square Townhomes, on the east by South Livermore Avenue, and then farther to the east is the former Lucky's site, and then First Street bounds the southern edge of the property. The project proposes to demolish all of the buildings on site. 4 of the buildings are over 50 years old and therefore required approval of a certificate of appropriateness. And the Historic Preservation Commission reviewed that proposal on February 1st and recommended approval of the demolition. Trying to advance to the next slide. There we go. This slide illustrates a map of the downtown core, and the subject property that's outlined in green straddles 2 different sub-districts of the downtown core. The southern portion of the site fronting onto First Street is in Sub-Area 1, which is a district that requires mixed-use development and allows 3-story buildings up to a maximum height of 45 feet. And then the northern portion of the site is in Sub-Area 2, which allows multifamily housing and up to 4 floors and 55 feet. And both of those districts allow residential densities up to 55 units per acre. The applicant has designed their proposed development to fully meet all of the land use and development standards of the downtown specific plan. This includes building setbacks that clearly define the street edge but buffer the building from the street and parking. It includes building heights that are lower than the maximums allowed, and public and private open space that meets the requirements on site. On January 30th, the City Council approved key elements of a redevelopment plan for the former Lucky site, which you can see on the slide here. Several of the key elements of that plan include a east-west street that runs through the property that's lined with a tree-lined pedestrian path that runs parallel to the street. And those 2 roughly terminate at a open courtyard on the Legacy development. Then the western half of the Livermore Village redevelopment includes multifamily housing at heights of 3 to 4 stories in the northwest corner, and a public parking garage that will range from 3 to 4 floors as well. And those provide a logical transition moving west to the Legacy site. Next slide. The site plan, as you can see, has a highly articulated footprint with significant variation in the wall plane. It's a little bit difficult to see at this scale, but even on these areas, there are significant plane changes. The project provides public and private open space, which includes courtyards that front onto Livermore Avenue. These are publicly accessible during the daytime. There's a L Street. There's a publicly accessible linear open space in between the residential and mixed-use building. There's a landscaped pedestrian connection that runs from South M Street to Railroad Avenue, and then a private landscape courtyard fronting onto Railroad. And then on the roof is a private open space that includes a swimming pool and terrace amenities. Staff and the Planning Commission reviewed the project and found that the site plan and landscape plans are both consistent with the downtown specific plan standards for setbacks, planting, and parking. Public improvements associated with the development include improving First Street along the project frontage, as well as the south side, with flex zone improvements that include angled parking, enhanced paving with metal medallions, additional street trees, and trellises. The development includes new curb, gutter, and sidewalk along Railroad Avenue and South L Street. And the project also will be putting in new parallel parking that does not exist today, which will be designed similarly to the Station Square development. In April of this year, the City Council authorized staff to negotiate a development agreement between Legacy and the city. Under the terms of that agreement, Legacy will construct the flex zone improvements along the south side of First Street, and that'll include the angled parking and trellises that'll match the north side as well as the flex zone elsewhere in the downtown core. Legacy will complete those improvements concurrently with the rest of their site development, but under a separate contract. And so under the terms of the development agreement, the city will reimburse Legacy for their direct costs for designing and constructing those improvements. In exchange for that work, the city will vest the project's current development impact fees for 1 year and the project entitlements for 5 years. This agreement creates a significant public benefit because it ensures that the south side of First Street will be improved concurrently with the rest of the development, means the disruption will only happen once, which is a benefit to the community. It also makes these or gets these improvements done more quickly than they otherwise might. The Planning Commission reviewed the proposed development agreement on May 15th and recommends approval. This slide and the next one illustrate the project from 4 different vantage points. The applicant's design team is here and also will be giving a presentation. So I'll be brief. The top image is looking at the mixed-use building from the southwest corner. So this is First Street and the flex zone improvements, the mixed-use or the commercial space on the ground floor with 2 levels of residential above, and then South M Street is on the left. This is looking at the same building, but the east end of it. So this is South L Street and First Street, the entrance into the surface parking, and then in the background you can see the residential building. Portions of the building are at 3 stories, and then as you head back into the site, it steps up to 4. And then the top image, we're looking at the northeast corner of the property. This is Railroad Avenue, and then South L Street. And the bottom image is about mid-block on South L Street. To the left is the entrance into the parking. This is the 3-story component. And then you can see one of the open courtyards. So staff and the Planning Commission both recommend that the City Council approve the proposed project, adopting resolutions to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and instruct staff to file a notice of determination and approve the project by approving the entitlements that are listed on the screen. And finally, introduce an ordinance that would approve Development Agreement 18-002. So that concludes the staff overview, and we're happy to answer questions.
Questions for the staff at this point? Question? Anybody? Questions? Right place here. Okay, if there's no questions, in that case, I will open the public hearing. We've got about a dozen cards. Start with Nicole Goring from 5.03, Dexter Gonzalez.
Mayor Marchand?
Oh.
I'm sorry, the applicant does have a presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you know what? You know, but if you put the effort in, you can give as much of or as little as you would like. Mr. Eichler.
We'll take a couple minutes. We'll have John Ennis from BDE do a presentation that's a little more in depth.
Okay.
Which would be great.
The staff presentation was so good, I just thought that.
And totally thorough. It's been a full year.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to run over your presentation.
John Ennis, BDE Architecture. It was a great presentation. I won't repeat everything.
Just the good parts.
Just the good. We'll focus on the big parts. I'm not going to talk about that. So just again, 222 units parked at the city ratios plus guests plus retail parking. Good mix of units. Staff focused on how we work the plan to be four-sided. So on every side of this building is a front. There's no back side or side where the architecture diminishes. All the sides that are exposed to the public view are enhanced, and the parking is wrapped in the middle of the project for a wrap style project. So it's one thing to note. The style of architecture that we chose is one that lends itself to a varied roof line. It allows you to create a strong kind of retail base and use the top of the building to vary the roofs to do sheds and gables appropriate of the Spanish colonial type architecture, and to use some detailing in the decks and the windows to create a little, a lot of architectural detail. Again, just a view from the street. This is the arcade. As you see the big arrow down in the lower right, this is the entrance through the retail building that brings you through to the parking court and the entrance and leasing office to the apartment building. So we like that there's a lot of energy that ties to First Street, ties the building to the neighborhood, and hopefully really improves as a very pedestrian-oriented storefront with some traditional detailing. We looked at the renderings. The windows you can see are of dark color to match all the trim. It's a very particular style of architecture that you see in Northern California, where the trim and the windows are all painted a nice, rich, dark color. So we're using that throughout. It's a high-quality plaster, commercial plaster, with some color offsets here and there, but it's pretty simple, elegantly proportioned architecture in our opinion. That's what we're shooting for. You can see again just how the massing starts to break down. You can see one of those mid-block breaks where the arrow is. So we really, relieve it's not a 2 or 3 story street wall all along the street. It breaks up and has these nice large courtyards that allow a little more light and air to the pedestrian experience. Again, just more variation in massing to create an interesting roof line as you walk around the project. We will show like a little video simulation of walking around the project, which I think you might like. Again, just the view from a little further away. Again, highlighting the relief of those courtyards and how they break down the massing of the building. I won't focus on these details. We have some really nice traditional tile details that accentuate between and above the storefronts along First Street. Sloped roofs with Spanish style shingles, recessed windows in certain locations. You can see the detail on the right shows that the windows in some locations are recessed to get a more traditional look. And this is a movie. I won't talk during it. Last time I talked, and I think everyone said, "Can you show it again without talking?" So I won't talk this time. And I think someone in the back is going to turn that on.
Yeah.
It's not going to work?
It is the
Oh, no, it's an attachment. You have to shut the PowerPoint and just, sorry about that.
There we are.
There you have it. Thank you very much for letting me present. We're here with our landscape architect and civil engineer if you have any other questions about any part of the plan or the design.
It was much better without the talking. Thank you. One question I do have. There's a lot of sensitivity in the downtown about sidewalk material, especially where you're looking at the First Street and L, South L.
Yes.
What is the sidewalk material?
I'm going to let the people, we focus on the building. We have the
Okay.
sidewalk people here.
Yeah, because there's a lot of sensitivity on the bluestone, because the bluestone has been uneven.
It's stamped concrete to look like bluestone, following what the staff recommendation was. So that
You listen to the staff. Good call. Great, thank you.
And just to
Yes.
clarify, we did a section of First Street on the...
Right by the gas station.
Yes, right by the gas station.
I
so
walked
it'll be
that
the same thing.
as soon as it was poured.
Just a quick question for staff or the applicant, but could you outline some of the environmental mitigation that's going on with the site? Because it was a former car dealership. It's not the cleanest of sites, but how many cubic yards are being removed to what depth? I mean, that was one of the issues with this site. People always say, hey, how come you can't put more retail or a park or something else on this site? But they have to realize that the cost of mitigating some of the cleanup efforts.
Also railroad, there was railroad out there,
Railroad,
too.
so, you know, it's really, it limits your options as to what you can do with this site. And I think that this is a great opportunity to clean up one of the dirtier sites downtown.
The applicant can respond to the specifics. I know they're minimizing the amount of digging down that's necessary, but
But there is some amount that's necessary in order to, yeah.
yes, and that permitting has been ongoing.
Right. So that site's been studied since 2007. It's been, tested for soil as far down and for
Core sample.
groundwater and vapor gas and you name it. There's a hugely thick file that you can only you can't even download it. You gotta just go to the web. This site's being addressed by the San Francisco Regional Water Quality Control Board. They'll be the governing agency on it. This site, as you heard, is railroad. What you'll find on your site across the street is very similar to what's here. It's lead and arsenic from railroad use back in the day, and that soil has got to be either contained on site or trucked off.
Right.
Okay. So one of the things that we did here was, over the 2 years that we looked at this site and trying to analyze what the architecture was, we also spent a lot of time working on the environmental and obviously total project cost. And so originally when we came in and talked to Paul 2 years ago, November of 15, I think it was, we had a subterranean garage, and that was going to pose more of a problem for cleanup. So you'll see here, the garage is pulled out of the ground, and we're wrapping the garage with residential. So the soil will be a combination of buried on-site underneath the garage, okay? Because after about 2.5 or 3 feet of soil where it's bad, it's good. So it's moving around the bad soil, burying it under the garage, okay? And then the soil that's really bad that we may come in contact with as we go through it will be trucked off-site. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure to highlight that this is not an easy site to deal with.
No.
In particular, former railroad sites, there's stories that they used to just dump whatever on the tracks.
Correct.
Whatever liquids or other materials they had to prevent weeds and other growth. So, thank you. Yeah, I know it's a lot of work, in particular when you're dealing with regional board permitting. So, that's it.
You know, some of those timbers are preserved with arsenic, you know, so that's always problematic. Comments, questions? Okay. Well, thank you for your great presentation. Thank you. Now, on to the public comments. Nicole Goring, Dexter Gonzalez, and Sergio Cortez.
Good evening, Mayor Marchand and members of the Livermore City Council. My name is Nicole Gehring. I'm the Community and Government Relations Director for the Associated Builders and Contractors Northern California chapter. We're a nonprofit construction trade association of builders who are primarily non-union general and subcontractor members who do commercial, industrial, public works, multifamily construction all throughout Northern California, and we operate state and federal apprenticeship programs right here in Livermore, so we're happy to be a part of this community. So in Northern California, it's common for union and non-union subcontractors to work together on a job. Most projects in the Bay Area are built on time and on budget and safely with a mix, again, of union and non-union contractors. And we believe the developer should be, or contractor should be able to choose which subcontractors and workers to use, regardless of union affiliation. So we're concerned and we object to the practice of government interference to force a contractor to limit itself to workers that belong to a specific private organization. And we object to how the unions are using, through a front group, are trying to hold up this project through the environmental impact report process. And we just want you to understand that there's many excellent local construction firms here in this community, both union and non, and we want you to resist any calls for project labor agreements or anything like that on this project. And anything that would discriminate against workers who are not part of a union. We would encourage you to approve this project tonight for all its merits and benefits for the community and urge that it be built under fair and open competition so the entire community has the opportunity to work on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Goering. Dexter Gonzalez, Sergio Cortez, Miranda Clevenberg.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. I just want to say, first of all, I'm Sergio Cortez. I'm the Workforce Development Director for Associated Builders and Contractors of NorCal. And I want to say what a great looking project. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for bringing a project like this to the city where all of us could work. I mean, this is great to have the construction boom here. And we have, not only do we have apprentices that are here out of Livermore in this area, but also craft trainees building a workforce right here for Livermore with people that live in Livermore. So really excited about this project, keeping it fair and open. You know, our contractors, our members are excited. I think the city is excited about this project, and we look forward to seeing this being built by the people of Livermore. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Sergio Cortez, Miranda Clevenberg, Alex Smith. Sergio Cortez? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dexter Gonzalez, we got Miranda Clevenberg.
She's gone.
Alex Smith.
That's me.
Very good.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I ask that you approve this project. I'm a small business certified by the state of California. I'm a commercial contractor. I live in Livermore, and I have been a woman-owned business for over 15 years, and I am not signatory to a union. I help build your Livermore's great downtown Burbank Theater. I help
Bankhead
build...
Theater.
Pardon?
Bankhead Theater.
Bankhead, sorry. That's right. The Bankhead Theater. I built the Fire and Ice when it was the Fire and Ice, when that first opened, and Simply Fondue and other little restaurants in the area. And I want to be able to bid on this project. I think it looks great. It's a great use for that piece of land. And I'm asking you please to let your small businesses build this, just like I built your Bankhead Theater, and please keep the bidding open. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. John Stein, Mark Lopez, and Lori Falabella. Mr. Stein.
I support the project. A few brief comments. I think the street trees along L and Railroad are a little bit small for the size of the building. They're cherry laurels. They're about 20 or 30 feet high, and the building is much taller. I would suggest something like a ginkgo or a liquid amber or even the camphors if you can put in large enough street wells. Those trees will get tall enough to match the height of the building as the London plane in the front will, if you looked at the illustration. Those are what the trees will look like in 20 years. The other thing is the California fan palm is nice when it's a small tree, but it grows very tall and spindly. If you ever look at Los Angeles, you see these very tall sort of lollipops. A queen palm or some other palm might be a better choice for the courtyards. Also, the front colonnade has a lot of structure between the street and the fronts of the shops. Perhaps cylindrical columns with arches would be better than the fairly large square columns. It would also be a safety issue in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Mark Lopez, Lori Falabella, and Eric Kristen.
Good evening. My name is Mark Lopez. I am a member of Local 342 Steam Fitters and Plumbers. I'm here tonight representing over 450 Livermore families who belong to either IBEW, UA Plumbers Local 342, UA Sprinkler Fitters Local 483, and Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. Before I go on, I really, one of the main messages that I am here to share is that we are not going after the developer or city council on this project at all. I'm here more for informational purposes only, and I think that should be known. I'm not here to fight, we're not here to fight this project. We're here to just share some information. At an earlier city council meeting, we had asked that you would add 3 things to this project development agreement language. First, the family supporting wages would be paid to the construction workforce. Have local workers employed in the construction of this project. And third, that our community's youth would have an opportunity to learn a trade by being an apprentice on this project. We had explained how other communities now understand the value of public policy that encourages the following outcomes. That millions in construction wages can be recirculated into the local economy. That more kids will see a bright future in an apprenticeship program with the trades. After you decided not to add the language to the development agreement, we went ahead and met with the developer ourselves. The developer was not willing to reach an agreement with us, an agreement that would have accomplished those same objectives, agreements that other developers have understood the value of and signed. We intend to work to continue our efforts to have the project built by local workforce that pays family supporting wages. We will continue to work towards having apprentices be employed and build this project. Hopefully the developer will see the community advantages and engage our contractors to make sure that this happens. Over the next few years, we expect Livermore to see an increase in projects coming in front of the City Council for approval. We are looking forward to working with you to make sure our community receives the full value of future projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Lori Falabella, Eric Kristen, Don Argula.
Hello, I'm Lori Falabella, and while I came here to hear what was going on with East Avenue and the Springtown Pond and another item, when I looked at the paperwork, and I'm amazed I found this, I wanted to bring up a couple of items. I want to make sure that these are going to be apartments that they're going to build and not condos that are going to be sold. We have not enough apartments for people who need to be able to rent apartments. On the other hand, I don't know how long ago it was, but somewhere in the last 40 years since I've been living in Livermore, it used to be that 3 stories was the height that we would not exceed, especially in downtown. I don't know when that changed. I know for sure it changed with the senior housing at Murrieta and Stanley. I'm really not in favor of seeing something over 3 stories because it starts to feel like you're in a towering downtown area in San Francisco. So I'd like to suggest that that be reconsidered. And I also would like to know why we need 222 apartments in that very small area. I think that that's a lot to squeeze in there. I guess those are my primary comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eric Kristen, Darn Argula, and Joe Clark.
Good evening. My name is Eric Christian. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. We are a statewide organization that was formed 20 years ago to oppose what are known as project labor agreements. We're here tonight because one of the tactics that PLA proponents use in order to get them implemented, because they're very unpopular agreements that a rational person would never use on a construction project, is they use what we refer to as greenmail. It's using the CEQA process as a form of environmental extortion. If you look at letter 1 in the documents that have been submitted on behalf of Adams, Broadwell, Joseph, and Cardoza in your packets, this is the South San Francisco Bay law firm that serves as the front groups for one of the union representatives that spoke earlier. And what they do is they go around the state, and those that wonder why we are the 51st least business-friendly state, yes, even Puerto Rico somehow manages to beat us out. This is an example of one of the reasons why. Projects are held up all up and down the state until the owner agrees to a project labor agreement. That's what's happening with this owner. Disingenuously, the union representative said they're not opposing this project. No, they're front groups opposing it. What they're trying to do is get the owner to see the light when it comes to a project labor agreement. And they use things like local control, local hire, good wages. People in the construction industry in this day and age, their wages are good. There is a manpower shortage. Workers are going to work where they feel they are being best taken care of. This developer is not going to be shortchanging anybody, because if those workers were being shortchanged, they'd be working elsewhere. But what you have is somebody that wants to have the project be union only. They believe in a discriminatory form of employment that excludes the 87% of the construction workforce that gets up on a daily basis and chooses to work in a union-free environment. That's what is happening here. So when you look at this 30-page plus document that's been submitted to you, be very clear what is going on here. This is a special interest, big labor special interest group that wants to make sure only their workers get to work on it. That's all this is about. It's not about caring for the environment. It's not about protecting workers. It's about discriminating against a class of workers based on their union or non-union affiliation. And they will do everything they can to hold up the project until the owner sees the light. So thank you for allowing us to bring this to your attention. We will continue to monitor this project to make sure the public is aware of exactly what is going on with this front group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kristen. Darn Argula and Joe Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Marchand, City Council members. I'm Dawn Argula, and I'm the CEO of the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce, representing more than 500 businesses and organizations across all economic sectors in Livermore and the surrounding areas. And on behalf of the Chamber, I'm here to again express our support for the Legacy Partners multi-use project on the former Growth Brothers parcel. The plan that Legacy Partners put forth demonstrates a willingness to be thoughtful, creative, and inclusive in its design as well as in its execution of its project. Legacy's plans take into consideration the surrounding areas for streetscape, parking, and pedestrian access. Key elements to this project: 222 units of housing, yes. Ground floor retail space, which finally closes a major gap, activating the downtown district First Street corridor westward. Sufficient parking to accommodate tenants, and which also contributes towards parking demand for shoppers, diners, and visitors to the new and surrounding establishments. All of this draws the attention and the support of this chamber organization. Legacy Partners is a reputable developer delivering projects in an inclusive and responsible manner. Legacy has worked cooperatively with the city, done its due diligence, and agreed to meet all the rules and regulations laid out by the city of Livermore for such projects. This is a beautiful project worthy of the award-winning Livermore Downtown District. We support staff recommendations and urge your approval. I also want to recognize and thank the city for its response to the appeal filed by a group calling itself Livermore Residents for Responsible Development. I am a 33-year Livermore resident that supports responsible development, and I welcome and support the Legacy Partners project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Argula. And finally, Joe Clark.
Good evening. I'm Joe Clark, a 22-year resident of Livermore, and this is speaking for the first time to the council on a project that I think is really important and I'm a strong supporter of. I've got three reasons really that I think this is a critical project for us. For many years, the voters and the city council have been very supportive of our concept of having a contained city boundary so that we don't end up with the sprawl that is Los Angeles or our neighbor Dublin. So we've said that we wanted fill projects, and we see those coming up very nicely around town. This is a unique one in that it's right in our downtown area, so it will also hit another group of people that want the downtown entertainment options. And so I see it as a great way to accomplish the long-term goals of the voters. Also, I was a manager of a Livermore company for years, and we try to recruit people to come to this area and to move here, bring their talents in, and start their households here. Well, most young professionals, when they come and look at the possibilities of living in our town, they don't see a whole lot of new apartment opportunities and locations that they are used to where they might be living right now. So our local employers would find it easier, this would be a recruiting tool for them, if they have some new development that they can talk about the great things that are going on downtown and where these people could live, since they probably wouldn't have the money necessarily to be able to buy housing when they first come to our town. So third, this project supports multi-generational community. We know that a community is more stable when it has multiple generations of people living in it. My children have gone away to start their career in other places around the country. They'll have opportunities to come back to Livermore, but they won't have the money to buy housing when they first get here. So the ability to have them be able to have modern rental apartments that they would find attractive, I think, selfish for me, might be able to get them to come back to this area and live here. And we have this continued new generations of people that help stabilize and bring good jobs into our community. So I think that we also have a real sense of urgency that I wasn't so aware of until I hear tonight when I hear the union speaking about their need for having their way on this. I know the economics of business projects, and I know that that site has been open for a very long time. And I know that the rental market is very high right now. The economics of this project must be based on some really good numbers. And if we take a lot of time to try to have, or somehow allow unions to prevent us from being able to move this project forward, the window's going to close on us. And then we'll be staring at that concrete and asphalt over there for who knows how many long years until the cycle turns around again. So I hope we can get this project moving fast. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. That's the last of the comment cards that I have, so I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Questions and comments?
Just a quick comment. I've been waiting since we were first shown this this year to this what was going to happen with the site, and what I see is really, really appealing. It addresses in small part, the shortage of rental units around town. Certain, they're just pleasant to see, especially downtown. So thank you for bringing it forward to us tonight, and I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, I agree with my colleague. I think it's a great project. I'm very impressed with the architecture and the layout. I think they've been very responsive to the character of Livermore with that. I do want to move this along because I think from Mr. Clark's point of view, he was concerned about the window closing, and I think we're all a little concerned about that as well. I mean, certainly some of the other projects that we've gotten started in town, they turned out to be a little more expensive than we thought because of all the competition that we have today. So I think moving along as quickly as possible is a good thing. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and we've heard this a couple of different times, about the union versus non-union. Again, I wouldn't want to hamstring the developer's hands in terms of insisting one or the other. And I appreciate the point that Ms. Gehring brought up, that they have an apprentice program as well. So I mean, I am sympathetic to trying to train young folks, 20 and 30 somethings into the trades, because I know this is a national issue that we face today in the country, and that not everybody is going into the trades, whether it's carpentry or steam fitters or plumbers or electricians and so on. So I think it's important to address that as well as we can, but I wouldn't want to hamstring the developer in picking either union or non-union. I think it's up to the developer to get the best value for what they need. So again, I'm happy to support this project, and I'm glad to hear as many people commenting this evening that also see the value in this and provide. And I think somebody asked a question about rentals, and I think it's all rentals if it's true. And I think the other question was, when did we allow something over 3 stories? And I think it's been a while, but maybe city manager can comment how long that's been part of the downtown plan?
Since 2004.
So that up to 4 stories has been part of our mantra since 2004. So again, I'm very supportive.
Councilor Spadowski?
Sure. I support the project as well. Also continuing with the 3 to 4 story conversation, you can go to certain areas in the Tri-Valley right now where it's 4 to 5 stories right up against the sidewalk. And when people say box-like architecture, it literally looks like a box. So that's not what we're talking about here. There are, there's setbacks. As we saw in the presentation, the 4 stories are set back from the rest, and the 3rd story is kind of hidden from the sidewalk. So that's not what we are talking about. And I agree that having that 4 or 5 stories right up against the sidewalk with no other architectural features, really, that's just a bad look. But I do, like I said before, I support the project. It's been a long time coming. Everybody's been waiting for this. I think there are significant issues that are being dealt with on the site. And in terms of the policies of local hiring and opportunities for youth and apprenticeships on sites, I said this before and I'll say it again. I think that needs to be discussed more on a citywide basis and not on a project-by-project basis. I don't want to treat one applicant differently from another. If we do have that discussion, we need a staff report and staff input on the impacts of those decisions. I also don't want to make them blindly and not know what that would do to a particular project, whether it make it feasible or not. So I do support local labor and union labor, but I think it should be more on a citywide basis.
Vice Mayor Werner?
Well, I second a lot of the comments I've already heard. One thing I can't help but point out is that even a couple of years ago on the height limit, I remember being one of the people who proposed we get it to 3, and I was soundly defeated on that one, even by members of the various community groups that spoke. So I just point that out. But I think the design looks good, and I think the variation mitigates the impact of the 4 stories, and I think it does look quality. That's the other thing I would say. So I like the project. I did note Mr. Stein's comment about the trees, and I asked staff, could you respond to his comments on the trees?
Sure. The cherry laurel tree is what's used on the south side of Railroad Avenue in front of Mill Springs Apartments. So it's not as big as a sycamore tree. But it grows to a nice size, creates a nice canopy that shades the sidewalk. The city's maintenance department reviewed the tree selections and supported that selection as well. So we think it's an appropriate selection.
Okay. And I think that's it. I think it's a good project.
Just a little bit on the trees. I don't favor liquid amber. I've had liquid ambers. They create those little landmines that shoot out of your lawnmower, and their roots go to the surface. So, beautiful tree. I agree. They're a really pretty tree, but they're really problematic. And as far as the ornamental cherries and plums, make sure you go for the males on those, because the females produce the fruit that makes a mess everywhere. So I know it's the minutia, but those are just little triggers for me. We heard tonight both speaking for union versus non-union. We've heard from both sides that it's local workers, and we've heard people that built local projects here, and I certainly appreciate that. And I have toured the facilities at HC NorCal, and they do great work with apprentices, and a lot of those apprentices are working right here in this community. So I certainly appreciate the great work, because we all want a great project. We want something that's going to last, and based on how well those people are trained. And I've seen good local workforce that's trained right here, and I certainly appreciate keeping this, having everybody have an opportunity to work on this project. So I do certainly appreciate that. I love the courtyards. I love the public courtyards, the articulation, the way that it communicates with some of the other parcels where you have the walkway going into the courtyard. I think that's really a nice component where you've got, it's not just the project unto itself. It's working with the other parcels on either side. The articulation, the 3 stories on the street, and then moving back to the 4 stories away, so you don't have this the 4-story monolith on the street that actually articulates back. I think that works very well. And of course, as we heard from the local contractor that worked on the Bankhead and Fire and Ice, which both we've seen were beautiful buildings. I also support this project. It's been a lot of great work in here. It's really evolved in a remarkable fashion. I saw the original articulations on this, and by working with the community, I think that it has really matured into a very fine project, and I'm more than willing to support that. So, any further comments? I'd be willing to entertain a motion.
I'll move we accept the staff recommendation.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Carling, seconded by
Second
Vice
over
Mayor
here.
Warren. Oh, I had a second from Vice
We
Mayor.
got either way. Yes, thank you.
One Bob or another.
Bob and Bob. I
Moved
should
by
change my
Bob,
name to
seconded
Bob.
by
just
Bob.
I mean, really.
It was not moved by either, or it was moved by neither of the Bobs here. So,
Call me
okay.
Bobski.
Okay, with that, any further discussion on the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passed unanimously. Thank you very much for all of your comments tonight. Appreciate it. Thank you. Looking forward to a good project coming in. Thank you. Okay, we are at 10:30. We're going on to 5.04. Thank you very much for all your comments tonight. This is the Shops at Livermore Master Sign Program. Pardon me? We already did. Oh, yeah.
It's only 3 slides. I think we're good.
We have a very brief presentation for you, Mayor Marchand and Council. I'd like to introduce Jake Potter, our planning intern.
Ben Murray and Jake Potter.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jake Potter. I'm a planning intern here in the city. And tonight we'll be discussing Plan Development 17002 and Master Sign Program 18002, which is a proposal for a Master Sign Program at the Shops in Livermore. So by way of background, the Shops in Livermore development is located at the southeast corner of Jack London Boulevard and El Charro Road, just south of the San Francisco Premium Outlets. It was approved by the Planning Commission in September of last year, and the development is currently under construction. In addition, the shops are within the El Charro specific plan, which requires that any signage in multi-tenant development, commercial development, be implemented through a master sign program, which would be incorporated into and amend the zoning for the site. And for that reason, the City Council is the decision-making body on, in this case, for this proposal. Now, a master sign program is a cohesive set of design standards for signage in a multi-tenant commercial development. And the Shops at Livermore Master Sign Program proposes 5 specific types of signs, including wall signs, blade signs, monument signs, window signs, and temporary signs. And as conditioned, the Master Sign Program is consistent with the El Charro specific plan and actually identifies tenants within the site as well. In addition, the Master Sign Program promotes signs that are proportional and in scale with the buildings of the development, creates a consistent design ethic throughout the site, and includes elements that are improve the pedestrian wayfinding and pedestrian scale of the development. And it is for those reasons that staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution approving Master Sign Program 18002 and certifying the environmental document, introduce an ordinance adopting Plan Development 17002, and instruct staff to file the notice of exemption with the Alameda County Clerk. That concludes my presentation, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Okay, questions for staff? Councilmember Spadowski?
So Mr. Potter is an intern? I mean, that was an excellent, concise presentation. So well done. I mean, exactly what we were looking for at this late hour, and it was very smoothly presented. So I guess you're working with Mr. Murray then?
Yes.
well, good job. I have no
Thank you, sir.
questions. I just wanted to.
Yeah, well stated. Any questions at this point? No? All right. I went through the staff report and also through the Planning Commission's comments, and certainly agreed that to take the sign down a little bit and to make it a little more within the domestic vernacular. I certainly supported the input from the Planning Commission. So with that, thank you very much, and I would be willing to entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of.
You do need to open and close
I'm sorry.
the hearing.
Oh, I didn't have any cards. Thank you very much. No cards? All right, we're going to open the public hearing. We're now going to close the public hearing.
And I'll move approval of 5.04.
Still, okay. Moved by Councilmember Spadowski, seconded by Vice Mayor Warner. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passed unanimously. All right, and with that, moving on to, hang on a second here. Okay, this is on to 6.01, procedures for city-initiated special parcel tax measure. This was when we went through this, when it was brought up during the matters initiated, I was thinking that it was more a parcel tax for the arts where the bankhead could benefit, but it looks like it was more targeted for just the bankhead. But I think we're open to both of those.
If I have misunderstood the direction, I'll give you my apologies right now. Part of my presentation today, talking about the parcel tax, is for the council's consideration is to determine how broad or how narrow they want to define this particular tax. A special tax is for a particular purpose, and the council can define what that purpose is. The more general it becomes, it'll become a general tax if it's for all governmental purposes. But that is the matter for the council to decide what direction they'd like to pursue.
Very good.
So, Good evening, Jason Alcala, your city attorney. I have a staff report before you that walks you through the timelines and procedures for add a special partial tax measure to your November 2018 ballot. We have sufficient amount of time today to get that on the ballot. It needs to be submitted to the Register of Voters, E-88, which is August 10th, so you have time to do that. Some considerations that we need to undertake. We're looking for council direction is, are you interested in entertaining or pursuing a special parcel tax measure? With that, one of the requests we'd ask is to define the purpose for that particular tax. Mr. Mayor, you described it something more broadly as far as an arts downtown. If it's specific for one particular use or object, you have that discretion. Once that's defined, we then engage in the process of determining what that levy should be. How much tax revenue is there desire to harvest? And then we can go through the methodology of how that's levied throughout the community. How would you like to collect that? My staff report also contains timelines, so you can to give examples of if you were to adopt this, and you have to adopt it at a public hearing, what that would look like as far as sending that measure to the Registrar of Voters, as well as arguments in favor or against it. And there is a notation I have on page 3 of my staff report that makes reference to the rebuttal argument. There had a footnote 9 there. We have confirmed with the Registrar of Voters that if you were to adopt the measure on July 23rd, you would have opportunity for both a primary argument as well as rebuttal arguments. Some considerations that are before the council are, as I articulated in the staff report, specifying the purpose for the tax, establishing a time period when the tax will be levied, establishing the tax rate methodology, whether to provide for inflationary adjustments, defining the use of the tax revenue, and establishing an appropriations limit. We, again, as I said, we do have time between now and that July 23rd date and the election minus 88, which is your August 10th date. What we have done in the past is a council subcommittee has crafted the language. Given we still have time, it's rather a tight time frame. You may want to consider creating or crafting a council subcommittee and giving them the direction to prepare the ballot title and language and return to you at a future meeting should you decide to proceed. What you have before you today is a great deal of discretion. We're looking for direction from you as far as what you'd like to proceed or pursue, if anything. And with that, staff's available for questions.
Okay, any questions, staff, at this point? Okay, so it is 20 minutes to 11. I have 10 cards. If we do 3 minutes per, that takes us to 11 o'clock. I just want to get a consensus for the council. Do we just continue to move ahead and finish out the one item?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So with that, moving on. Start with Henry Huff, David Rounds, Connie Copps. Mr. Huff. Producer of Frantic Frog, a remarkable wine.
I don't know how to answer that, John. Mayor Marchand, city council members, esteemed staff, and also citizens of Livermore. Let me first say that my name is Henry Huff. I think most all of you know me. For those of you who do not, I am a director and a treasurer of LVPAC. LVPAC, of course, operates the Bankhead Theater. In that position, I am also the chief accounting officer and also the chief financial officer. Before I get into my prepared remarks, I'd like to comment on what Carl Wente had said earlier. And let me say that Carl is absolutely correct in his definitions of EBITDA and also GAAP. But what Carl failed to mention or didn't go forward and complete the scenario is that the depreciation charge that we take in our financial statements is on an asset that we do not own. The city owns the Bankhead Theater. Now you may ask, why do we do that? The reason we do that is our deal when we negotiated with the city was for a very bargain lease out through 2041. That lease calls for rent of $1 a year. In addition to that, our purchase option at 2041, something that I won't have to hassle with, if you take the present value of that number, it's less than the land value that we paid for several years ago. Hence, the accounting rules force us to put that on the balance sheet. The reason I bring all this up is that I want everyone to focus on what I tried to write in the Independent, and that is cash flow, and that's what we survive on. Let me start with my prepared remarks. Tonight's agenda has consideration of a special parcel tax measure for the Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center, or LVPAC. Now, as you know, as I stated earlier, we operate the Bankhead Theater. As we directors and management were not contacted about the proposed tax, I wanted to be sure that the council and the staff understand our financial performance in view of the parcel tax proposal. If you remember, for those of you who were here several years ago, I stood before you 4 years ago on the evening that the City Council approved the deal that put Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center on a new footing, given the collapse of California's prior approved redevelopment projects. If you remember, we had just hired a new management team, reformed our board of directors, of which I was one, and set out to accomplish our mission. And I want to point out to you that on that night, I wore a dark suit. And the reason I wore a dark suit is I was asking for money. Tonight, I have on a sport coat. I'm not asking for money, I'm reporting. In fact, I'm imploring you not to go forward with the property tax proposal. I laid out in general terms that night the Bankhead's financial plans for the future. The emphasis at the time was the expected revenue for performances, which therefore led to the amount of contributions from the general public that were necessary for LVPAC to cover its expenses and produce a positive operating cash flow. I'm pleased to echo our audited financial reports, pointing out that LVPAC has achieved this goal by generating cash in each of the last 3 fiscal periods. Furthermore, we expect to reach that goal again next month when we close our books on our current fiscal year. At the Bankhead, we have developed a sophisticated financial reporting, budgeting, and forecasting system, intertwining operational metrics and statistics that allows us to accurately forecast upcoming monthly operating results. These reports allow our excellent staff, of which some are with me tonight, to react to trends and thus give the Bankhead a certainty in its financial projections. I've heard the beep, and I'm going to rush along here, John.
If you could finish up your thoughts.
Thank you. The purpose of my comments tonight is to be sure that the city and the public understand that the Bankhead is generating cash. I sense a great misconception about LVPAC's financial performance. If you noted in my letter to the mailbox in the Independent last week, I tried to explain in simple terms how one reads financial statements. Whether you are focusing on your personal checkbook or reviewing company financial statements, the key is generating cash. A long time ago, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley gave me a book entitled Cash is King by Henry Huff. This was done at one of the IPOs that I worked on, and it was traditional for those underwriters to present you with a gift. Apparently, my roadshow presentation hammered Cash is King. My board colleagues, some of which are with me tonight,
This is not finishing up your comments.
at the Bankhead have let me know that I am continuing to hammer away.
Thank you, Mr. Huff.
I will cut short the rest of my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. David Rounds, Connie Copps, Brent.
But, so, thanks for the opportunity to speak. Tonight's agenda item discussing, and I'm speaking for myself, tonight's agenda item discussing what it will take to put a parcel tax to support the Bankhead on the November ballot was a surprise and raises some questions that I hope the council can answer. Why do we need a parcel tax to support just the Bankhead? We've heard that for the past 3 years the Bankhead has shown an operational profit, not counting depreciation and amortization. And according to some recent letters from the board, there is a small surplus and they're starting to build a capital expenditure fund which will deal with that pesky capital expenditure problem. They're starting, I'm sure LVPAC would like to have more revenue. What arts group wouldn't? And I'm sure LVPAC board works very hard to bring in new sources of revenue. And that's okay, because that is what they agreed to do. And I do not hear them asking for a parcel tax. Why did the president of Tri-Valley Opera speak to the council at the budget review workshop on behalf of FOB, that's Friends of Bankhead and Bothwell, about a parcel tax for the arts and single out the Bankhead? The opera president is a member of the board of FOB, But based on their website, which still talks about issues from 2014, FOB does not appear to have been active for years. So I guess the question for FOB is, why does the bankhead deserve attention now? Also, why did Vice Mayor Werner lead a fairly negative discussion on the future and finances of the bankhead during this same budget review meeting? Why, for today's City Council discussion about a parcel tax on the bankhead, was the LV PAC, which runs the bankhead, not asked to join the discussion or otherwise contribute information to the council? Why now? Is it because in 1 week this council will be reviewing and discussing LV PAC's response to the RFQ for the downtown Black Box Theater? Most experienced city council members already understand that parcel taxes you actually want to pass take months and years to organize, fund, and garner support. So what is the rush to discuss this now? Why this lack of transparency? And actually, one thing is transparent to me, and that is the willingness of some members of the council to take extraordinary action that seems to have no other purpose than to sabotage the reputation of LV PAC, just as they enter the public bidding process for the Black Box Theater. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown's. Connie Copps, Brent, Jacob Anderson.
Hi, I'm Connie Copps, and I'm here again really tired. I hope I make sense. I know sometimes I jump around, and I know I'm going to now. I agree with the previous speakers. Livermore residents have a tax like no one else I know. You know, we really have high taxes already. I think that another thing, putting things on our ballot at the last minute, you know, the elections are coming up in a couple months. Really, a lot of that stuff those guys understand or talked about, you know, I didn't understand it all. If something's going to be on the ballot, we need to understand it. You need to understand it. We all need to understand it well if it's something that we're voting on. Because I know from experience what we voted on for Springtown, putting that on the ballot, that Measure FF, was bad. It was done quick. It was done, I think, with deception. And we need to start thinking things through. And I really don't want to say I don't appreciate what you do. I know you've done some wonderful things in our city, but play fair. How can we really evolve, you know, and with progress if we're being manipulated rather than governed? We want to be governed, not manipulated. Thanks.
We have Brent, Jacob Anderson, and Scott Kennison.
Evening. I'm really surprised to even see this on the agenda. Either we got lied to before or we're getting lied to now. We were told that no funds would be used like this, like from our community, to pay for the bankhead, support the bankhead. I don't even think it's about the bankhead. I think it's about something totally different. When I went back, as I did before, to 2013, Councilman Warner made a statement in one of the meetings about long-term financing, and Jim Schultz's name was brought up there. And I don't know Jim Schultz, don't know what the connection is, but the optics to me, just as a common citizen, something's wrong here. Why this is being brought up, even to have as a discussion as an agenda item, just blows me away. So I'm trying to figure it out, and when I looked at a current statement that Councilman Warner said, he said it won't be pennies, but it won't be millions. It's got to be somewhere in between. So when I looked at the numbers, and I said, how many home parcels do we have? A little bit over 30,000 home parcels. And I multiplied it by 15, multiplied it by 20, which was the number he gave in one of his statements. It came out between $400,000 to $600,000. So that means the homeowners here are going to take it on, not the businesses. Not all parcels are going to put into this. Only the homeowners are going to put into it. Why? I'd like to know that. Why aren't the businesses included in this? If we're going to spread it, let's spread it out to everybody. Don't put it back on me. I already pay $883 in assessment fees to the city and to the county. I don't need any more. This is why people are moving out. We get this crap all the time. If it's not from the city, it's from the county. If it's not from the county, it's from the state. If it's not from the state, the federal government. Where does it stop? So, yeah, I'm upset. I don't like it. Time to vote, I won't vote for you. I'll be honest with you. Won't do it. I'll vote for someone else, even if they're not the best candidate. I'll take my business elsewhere. You know, we've got the host community fee that's got money. That's what it's supposed to be used for. Use the host community fee. Don't put it on my back. You've already promised, and Mr. Mayor, I've heard you say it time after time after time. It won't be on us. So please don't make it out to be a lie. Hold to your word, because the integrity is the only thing that you've got. If you lose your integrity, you've lost everything. You've lost my trust, and that's why I won't vote for you. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Jacob Anderson, Scott Kennison, Carl Wente.
I also submitted written comments because I knew I wasn't going to go under 3 minutes, but I can see that that is now flexible. When I first heard about the council's idea to place a parcel tax on the ballot to help support the Bankhead Theater, my gut visceral instinct reaction to the idea was a quick and resounding hell no, especially when there are plenty of other uses for additional funds. Then I took some time to actually think about it. Livermore has always been a strong supporter of the arts, and maybe this is something the people really want. So this left me to do some research. Sadly, though, the more I looked into the details about LVPAC and why they might need to be subsidized by the Livermore taxpayers, I was left with more questions than answers. I started with the amount of revenue the Bankhead brings in. I kept hearing from people of LVPAC that the Bankhead was profitable. First, while I understand what they mean, profitability is a poor choice of words for a nonprofit organization. Secondly, I looked at the numbers. What makes the Bankhead take in more money than it spends? The Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center that runs the Bankhead in 2015 received 40.68% of its revenue from contributions. But in 2016, 52.09% of its revenue was from contributions. This means LVPAC's revenue is increasingly contributions rather than program service revenue. This leads me to the first big question. Where's all the money coming from? If most of these contributions come from a select few, then that contribution amount could change drastically. Let's say a donor falls on hard times and they no longer donate. That could be the difference between the LVPAC being the black versus being in the red. I now know that Carl Wente just showed me where to find their donor information, but it would be nice to have this more easily accessible to the public. My second big question, what are the current budget numbers for LVPAC? You notice that I didn't quote 2017 when I brought up earlier statistics. That's because I could not find LVPAC's 2017 budget where it is decently accessible. Lastly, we do remember it wasn't that long ago that the LVPAC was in such financial hardship that the city had to take over ownership of the theater and lease the theater back to LVPAC. This leads me to my final big question. What are the terms of that lease agreement? Now, I do know from earlier commenters that that is only $1 per year for using that property. But it would be nice for the public to truly know that information. These are not, it would be nice to know questions. These questions are highly important, and I believe not only you, but the public should have answers to them before you move forward with putting a parcel tax on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Scott Kennison, Carl Wente, Kelly Cousins.
Mayor Marchand, council members, staff, thank you. To paraphrase Mark Twain, the rumors of our death have been greatly exaggerated. At the May 21st council budget meeting, representatives from the arts community suggested that Livermore Valley Performing Arts Center was in financial peril and a parcel tax was needed. We are closing out our fiscal year with a record 27 sold-out shows out of 53, and an average occupancy of 74%, well above the national average of 64%. On May 23rd, we went on sale for our 2018-19 season, and so far, we are outpacing last year sales by 25% based on the number of tickets and 16% based on income. Our fundraising is equally successful. We began a capital campaign to green the Bankhead in February of this year, and in 3 months we have raised over $460,000 to help install solar panels, replace lighting with LEDs, and other projects to reduce our carbon footprint, increase comfort and safety for our staff and patrons, and save some money annually. For the past 3 fiscal years, we have produced an operating surplus, and we have established a capital reserve. We developed a strategic plan last summer, you should all have copies, and we established that we also need an operating reserve and an endowment. These are our 2 greatest areas of need. I am happy to say that at the end of this month, we will, for the first time, set aside money in an operating reserve. Every year, we need to raise about $1.5 million to keep the Bankhead in Bothwell in operation. That's about $4,000 a day. Almost $300,000 of that money supports the 7 resident companies that perform at the Bankhead, and over $125,000 goes to educational outreach and to subsidize tickets for students and military. I want to thank the city for being there when we needed help, and I value the partnership that we have and would like to build on that. We would like to identify ways that we can provide value to the city for any funding that we receive, but I think that a parcel tax is not needed at this time, certainly not for LVPAC. I ask the council to take their time and plan for funding that will succeed. We appreciate and continue to invite the city to participate in what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kinnison. Carl Wente, Kelly Cousins, and Lori Falabella.
Staff. Seems like we're all in alignment on that one, right? It's not the right time, it's not the right place, it doesn't make any sense. Mr. Huff, I'm so sorry I missed the beginning of what you said. I would welcome an opportunity just to sit down and continue to learn, right? I spent a lot of time learning about 501c finances. I get how sort of the capital lease transfers to the balance sheet of the Bankhead is that can't be on the books over here on this side, I got to assume, right? Because you can't have that $16 million of depreciated asset on both books, or else someone should be looking at that. So I'm just going to take that that's the case. So it's over there, the capital lease, the depreciated value at the end, and how it goes. So yeah, the only reason it gets to that positivity, right? It's a cash negative, but for the settlement fee of $500,000, but for last year, the settlement fee of north of $1 million. So like you guys have to raise a lot of money, and you're doing it. Right? And that's great. And so I want to be part of a process that keeps that place thriving and going because it's awesome. We should salute it and we should be part of it. So there's challenges out front. I will stand by my statement, Mr. Huff, that nowhere in any financial reporting does that term of operating profit show up in any 501c3 documentation I can have, reading through all the T's and C's and everything I can find about how you go about it. So to me, it was a little bit of a made-up thing where you put EBITDA in. You tried to claim that it was a GAAP-based thing, but EBITDA is not a GAAP-based thing. EBITDA is financial guys trying to compare how you value things out there. It's a fair metric. I get what you did, and you add it back. And at the end of the day, cash is king. If you end that year ahead from a cash flow, y'all should celebrate because that takes a lot. Getting people to write $250,000 checks, like hopefully that's there in perpetuity, but if it's not, what do we do to make sure this sustains? 7 years, when's it up? It's a 7-year lease followed by a 13-year option followed by a 10-year option. I believe that's what it is on that Bankhead Theater. What are the terms and conditions associated at the end of those 7 years when that first one's up? What action, what play does the city have in terms of having people on that LVPAC board because it's a city-owned asset? What happens at the end of the 13 years? So now we're at 20 years, right? Because it's 7 years going up and going out. So, you know, I just want transparency. My generation, if we're going to fund that, am I kidding this? My generation wants to have that transparency out there. And you're right, like it hasn't been, like you guys are doing a great job of funding that. Now's not the time for a parcel tax, but we just want to be crystal clear on what that is and how it goes forward. And I just don't like, to me, it just smells like, I mean, I don't even know if you wrote this yourself, but like it just smells like you're trying to weave that through. And it's like almost like a Murdoch organization, right, where you get those keywords out there. Operating profit. Operating profit is not a term used in 501c3 accounting. It seems like weaving an interestingly false narrative that just doesn't ring true. That said, y'all are on the right side of the cash ledger. Lee Yonkers, you just said we're in the black. Call it that. Everyone else that says operating profit, no. Got to raise a lot of money to get there, but the operations are not covering it. And then the reason you have a positive month right now is because you have restricted funds that are set up to go against the solar panels. And be like, yeah, we're way ahead of budget, but no, those are restricted to a certain thing. So it's like, it's interesting accounting, 501c3s are.
Thank you, Mr. Wente.
I thank you all. I salute the members of the organization formerly known as Friends of Livermore, what you all do for the community. I support it. I want it to endure. So thank you all.
Kelly Cousins, Lori Falabella.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. It's been a long night. I just want to reiterate my concern about having proposed a parcel tax at with very short notice. And not including some of the major players, which is the LVPAC board and staff. So I think the LVPAC does provide many, many services to the city and the region through our auxiliary programs, our art walk, innovation fair, the multicultural events in front of the theater, add to the city's vitality. LVPAC not only gives significant funding to educational programs, student discounts, and school assemblies, but it also helps bring revenue to local hotels, restaurants, caterers, and other businesses. Through the sales and property taxes these activities generate, the City of Livermore General Fund also benefits. When the recent city budget meeting recommended, a few people recommended pursuing a parcel tax, focusing only on one beneficiary. It seems divergent from the city's Arts Alive plan, which is the Livermore Cultural Arts plan coordinated by the Commission for the Arts and approved by the City Council in 2007 as a means of promoting the arts as a whole in the city of Livermore. Hopefully, city staff and the city leaders can revisit this plan and its goals and strategies to help achieve them when it comes to helping fund the arts and expand the role of the bankhead. Surrounding cities have found a variety of ways to promote community arts programs. The city of Pleasanton, for example, has helped support many community cultural arts facilities and programs through tax dollars and generously donated to cultural arts groups throughout the city. As the president of the Pleasanton Cultural Arts Council and one of the members of the steering committee who updated the Pleasanton's Cultural Arts Plan to support the arts, I believe there needs to be a broad approach to supporting the arts. Our master plan took over a year with a consultant, and I feel like we got a very good plan to help support the arts. And so I recommend that we work together in an inclusive way, perhaps even with cities in the region, because hasty proposals do not make for the type of collaborative effort needed to nurture and expand Livermore's heritage as a vibrant arts community and a cultural hub for the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cousins. And finally, last speaker, Lori Falabella.
I'll
be brief. I oppose the parcel tax.
And thank you for your concise comments. Okay, thank you very much for your comments tonight. Bring it back to the council. And as I said, this came up during the Citizens Forum. And in the what the council does is we bring these things back for consideration because we do everything in public. We don't do anything behind closed doors. Everything that we do, everything we say, everything we act on is done absolutely in public. And it's all agended. So we wanted to have a conversation about this. The community's having a conversation about this. So with that, I'm going to bring it back to the council, close the public hearing.
Sure.
Councilmember Spadowski.
Thank you. And that's exactly what happened at the budget meeting, was putting it on this agenda to discuss it. And I'm glad that we did, because we heard a lot tonight about transparency and collaborative efforts. But I want to back up here a little bit. I jumped ahead of myself. I am not in favor of putting on a parcel tax on this November's ballot. Special taxes, it's what I've done for 17 years as my full-time job. I've been part of assessments that have passed at 50.06. To use, I think there was a Star Trek reference earlier in the evening, but the Star Wars reference that I used was the Millennium Falcon just coming out of the Death Star with the flames licking over the top of it. We narrowly passed that one, and that was after 3 years of personal effort trying to get that passed. I've also been part of assessments that have failed miserably, that we had 4 years of outreach and positive polling. So I've mentioned to many members of the board of LVPAC and those that have asked me a question about assessments that I believe that we need at least 2 years of public education and outreach before you go for any kind of tax measure. That's just it. So I do think that it's premature to put anything on the ballot, but I'm glad that we started talking about this because, okay, now going back to the downtown process, we heard a lot from people about the bankhead needs this, or this would be best for the bankhead, X, Y, and Z. We had the board chair come before us at least on 2 occasions and say, this is what the bankhead needs. So I wanted to open up a discussion with the LVPAC board. I went to their website to see if there was an agenda posted for their meetings, could not find one. So I emailed the board chair and I asked if I could speak before the LVPAC board. And I was denied on multiple occasions. The board chair is not here tonight, but the board president is. And if you would like to address why I was not allowed to speak at an LVPAC board meeting, I would offer you the opportunity. If not, I can give the explanation of Jean King. I know she's, and Jean, if she's watching this, I hope you're healing and feeling better, but I'd like to, because it's a sense of frustration for me, because we're talking about transparency and collaboration, and yet when I reach out to the LVPAC board to discuss what they believe is necessary for the bankhead and any kind of potential future funding measures, I'm denied a chance to speak.
Hello?
So I guess we'll take I guess this is a point of order, but I will reopen the public hearing at this
Well,
point.
I'm asking a question of the
certainly,
audience,
okay,
so I don't think this is really public comment. I think this is within a right to ask
certainly.
a question. So
The attorney's not pulling me, so.
This is allowed by your rules.
Pardon me?
This is allowed by the rules of the mayor's prerogative.
Okay, very good. All right, so Councilor Spadowski.
Just real quick, if anybody's in the audience at this stage, we can call upon them to answer a question, correct?
You can ask them to come forward. The mayor would have to authorize it, but you can ask them to come forward. There's no obligation for them to answer, however.
okay, I mean, if you feel like you would like to answer, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, I feel fine. I'd like to tell you what I think.
Sure.
I don't know exactly what Jean said, but I thought and frankly, we've talked about it very recently as well as some time ago. I think that it would be very helpful for any number of us to meet with you and talk with you and get your ideas and have a collaborative exchange. But I think to have an official board member meeting with you, we would then, frankly, want to have one with each of the council members, or have one, what Jean, I think, suggested the first time you asked for this, she suggested that a staff member come. So I think collaboration, I think working together, exchanging ideas, I would very much like to do that. And Jean doesn't feel very well right this minute.
Oh, no, I know.
And so she would be here
and
tonight.
I've been emailing her back and forth
Yeah,
because,
and-
quite frankly, after the letter writing and because I would prefer to have these conversations in person rather than me having to write letters back to the Independent, because I don't believe your board is aware that I made that request to speak. The first...
I think they were. I'm not
I-
positive.
Okay, but
think they
I
were.
can tell you that they weren't, because I contacted many members of the board. You have 18 members on the board of LVPAC. So far, I've talked to 9. And Mr. Huff, I'd love your contact information. I've been having to hunt people down because there's no emails on the LVPAC board.
This was many months ago.
This was many months ago,
yeah.
but let me continue. So Jean initially said, no, we would rather have a staff member. And then I asked for the board to consider my speaking in front of the LVPAC board. She then responded that the officers of the board have been consulted, and again, they would request that a staff member come and speak. Now, I have a lot of experience in funding measures. I also have a lot of experience in traffic and transportation. And the concern at the time was for a parking structure next to the bankhead. So, your website also lists that the board members and LVPAC staff working with the Livermore City Council and city staff, to collaborate and it's just, quite frankly, I'm upset with this because I feel that, it is a community-owned asset, and I think that you should have a public comment period at your meetings, possibly posting agendas and minutes of what's discussed. And for me to personally reach out to the board and be denied the chance to speak to the board as a whole, I think it just damages that relationship. And that's why I'm glad we're talking about this tonight, because I do think that things are starting to go a little south between the city and LVPAC board for many reasons. I won't get into them tonight, but I would like to extend that offer again to the board members who are here tonight and any board members that may be listening, that at any time, I understand you're having a retreat in July. I'll show up to the retreat. I don't know where it is, but I am open at any moment to speak with the board, to offer my opinion, my expertise, and just have that one-on-one exchange that I really, was striving for. And to say that if you allow somebody to speak at the board, then it has to open it up for the rest of us, I would think that you would want the rest of us to show up or at one point engage us. Now, at one point she said, well, if she invites me, then she has to invite Councilmember Coomer to the same meeting, and I was fine. I would have extended the invitation. I think,
I don't
we
think
would have been
she chose
okay.
out
So
just one, but-
I'll stop rambling. Maybe I'm a little emotional about this and just disappointed, but that offer still stands, and I would be more than willing to come and discuss any issue with the Bankhead board. Now, I've talked with Mr. Kennison since day one, since he was hired. I have yet to meet with Mr. Carter, but I mistakenly scheduled one of the meetings for a Livermore Council meeting night and then couldn't make the next one. So they are miracle workers in terms of what they're doing. I mean, it's really great. I appreciate their work. I just wanted to extend that invitation publicly.
Well, I want to first thank you for your interest and your desire to work collaboratively, that word keeps coming up, but work to exchange ideas and come up with some solutions. And one of the ideas that actually was mentioned this morning, we didn't know that, we don't have board approval or anything, was to have the government committee whose specific responsibility is to work with people such as yourself. Maybe that would way to do it. I think there are some complications. We are not a public entity. We are not a commission or something like that. And I think engaging the entire council on some regular basis or even one by one, we'd have to think that through. But you've expressed your desire to meet with us, and I very much want to follow up on that and have that happen.
Thank you.
So-
I'd appreciate it. It's just,
And I think
again, you can see
maybe
what's
the approach
frustrating.
would be the government committee. That's what it's supposed to deal with. That's the smaller committee, and we'd start there and see what comes of that.
I'd be willing to start with a smaller committee, but my goal was the entire board because I kept hearing, comments by the board chair, this is what the board wants. I then try to figure out what happened with the discussions. Really, I mean, and it is an 18 person, I believe, counting on the website board. It would be hard to kind of wrangle all the opinions, but I'm the type of person that would like to hear that firsthand. And again, if this is coming across as a criticism, I think it would be helpful if the meetings were public, if people could hear some of the inner workings and the discussions, it would
Spadowski?
really open it up. So,
If I may, the call for the question on the agenda this evening is with regard to a parcel tax.
Sure.
The conversation did generally start in that direction. I think we're beginning to stray about a long-term relationship between the city and LVPAC. If we could focus on the matter before us, I think that'd be more productive tonight.
and so just to wrap it up, point of clarification, I tried to bring this up with the board prior. I'm a little disappointed at the letters that were written saying that the city didn't reach out to them.
Well,
In
that
fact, I
really
did,
is true.
so-
I have to say that we weren't. But at any rate, I want very much
Sure.
to meet with you, and
Okay.
the government committee might well be the best approach.
Thank you. I'll stop.
Oh, okay. Further comments? Yes.
I just wanted to, I'm one to make things really simple. I'm a backpacker. I go out there, things want to kill you, you run them away, or, you run faster than them. We have two elements here. We have a parcel tax. We have the bankhead. The bankhead is running in the black. So to my way of looking at it, and I think Brent said it better than me, another parcel tax, we just came from a ballot with all kinds of measures that were going to cost Californians and Livermore citizens even more from year to year to year. So to add another thing to a homeowner, you think of our young families in our neighborhood that we don't have a purpose for this, quite honestly. There's no stated purpose. I appreciate the city attorney putting together a very detailed account of what we need to do should we want to go forward with a parcel tax. And that was an excellent description and a good read. But we don't need it. It doesn't need to happen. We burden it on people who don't need to be burdened with it. I speak as one on a fixed income. I don't want to see anything else coming out of that. I don't want that to happen anymore. We just can't continue to pile it on homeowners all the time. So, yeah, I know where I'm going with it.
Councilor Carling.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the city attorney, too, for the very thoughtful and complete description. But I'm with my colleague to the left. I'm against this parcel tax, and I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. Councilor Warner, Vice Mayor Warner.
Yeah, I want to also thank the city attorney for the good analysis. What we try and do at least I try and do, I think many others I've seen, somebody mentions something at Citizens Forum, then we ask, under matters initiated, to follow up on that, to get a report so that we can have a conversation at the council. I think what we saw earlier in the one thing about the bicycle thing, somebody puts out a flyer because we're voting tonight on taking away the lanes, right? Same thing. We have, under matters initiated, an opportunity, as Councilmember Spadowski said, to discuss the situation, and all of a sudden the sky has fallen, and everybody's all worked up. So I think it is important to have the conversation. Now, there's some other, Councilmember Spadowski mentioned that he had reached out and tried to get to talk to the LVPAC board. I think it's also worth noting that over the past, probably a good part of the year, have been hearing that LVPAC would like to have some support of funds from the city in one way or another. And I was part of the team that had to help rescue the bankhead. And I think at that time it was pointed out that this was wasn't a happy time, and we put various things together in the agreement to make sure that the city would be protected in the future, although we did take some risk in backing the HCIF as part of the loan. And as you can see in some of the report here, with respect to the original deal, we're not making the facilities maintenance reserve requirement, and right now we're in arrears by about $250,000 with respect to that. I think the other thing that it wasn't just some rumors that I was hearing about the bankhead possibly looking for additional sources of funds from the city. I actually had a meeting with 2 board members who had done an analysis with LVPAC staff, who were very concerned that the way LVPAC is in the black is through the donations. And in particular, we heard tonight, $250,000 in one donation in 1 year. I think that's what I heard, but I haven't seen the numbers myself. But what was said in this meeting, and Councilmember Spadowski was there with these 2 board members, they said, we are dependent on the contributions of a very small handful of people. Now, if those goes away, we're in trouble, and we need to think about the longer term. And subsequent to that meeting, I also met with Scott Kennison and Chris Carter, and we began to talk about ideas for what could happen. And so we were in the process of talking about that. It was brought up at the Citizens Forum that we consider a parcel tax, but subsequent to that, so we just put it on the agenda for a conversation. But I should also mention, I went to the, I don't know what it's officially called, but when you announce the next season at the Bankhead, and I ran into board members and staff, and they were happy at that time that the conversation had come up. Just want to let it be known that that's the background information here. And, you know, I haven't read the letters in the Independent, but I have heard descriptions of them, and I think people should be aware of the background facts. So the thing is, I'm not in favor of a parcel tax now, but I do think now we've got a good report on what it would take. I think it is something that would take years to get backing for. But I think that what we're talking about here is the long-term viability. And I think it's, frankly, from what I've heard from board members, that it is precarious. So I just want to say that. So and the other thing that I think was also brought up tonight, when we rescued the Bankhead and done these other things, we said we were not going to use funds from the city, especially not from the general fund. So just want to make it clear. LVPAC's going to have to make a decision here, because I'm hearing conflicting, maybe not conflicting. Right now, they're in the black because of significant contributions from a very small group of people. In the long term, there's an issue. And we're also talking about we're not going to be taking it out of the general fund. And if there are going to be funds ever directed, public funds directed there, they need to be directed by a vote, not by a council. No, that's where I'm coming from on this issue. So I'm glad to hear that LVPAC is in the black, has got no concerns from their official point of view. That's not what I've heard otherwise.
Okay, we're winding this up, and I have to say I agree with what everyone has said tonight. Regarding integrity, I'm a chemist. I got a chemist sitting next to me. Integrity is the only thing you got. Otherwise, it's just dartboard analysis. And absolutely, integrity is absolutely paramount. We are not imposing anything. That wasn't the point here. We're having a conversation, and I've heard people suggest that I don't support the arts. I was the manager of the Artwork Studio. It was about a dozen artists working here right in the downtown and I was the manager of that studio. I was a key member of the founding of the Bothwell Arts Center. Worked with the city and the LARPD on that, and helped found the Bothwell. I was a founding member of the Art Commission. So this is something that's very near and dear to my heart, and the arts are very important to the community. I find it troubling that apparently transparency only goes in one direction. We have heard from a number of LVPAC board members that have come and spoken to this council meeting, to this council. And I'm very troubled that it appears that the Livermore Council is not allowed to speak to the LVPAC board. We're partners. We own the bankhead. And one of the main reasons that LVPAC is in the black is because we lifted a $23 million debt off of the bankhead. Yes, we get the HCIF, and we've heard that the HCIF currently, after just a few years, is insufficient to meet the long-term needs. We're going to deal with that later. Tonight, we saw that we've got $123 million in trail funding. And we got about $5 million, $123 million in trail funding. And we've got hundreds of millions of dollars that we're dealing with in the asset management plan. So as the Vice Mayor pointed out, and as our city manager points out, there's no extra money. And could you just hold up the agenda packet there so people can see what that looks like? Yeah, 2,000 pages. That's just this week. And we got another one next week. So transparency has to go in both directions. And similarly, I also met with staff that had asked if there was some sort of value proposition whereby the city could provide support of about $400,000 to $500,000 a year. Well, no value proposition came forward, but as the Vice Mayor pointed out, we don't have any extra money. And right now, we just finished our 2-year budget process, 2-year cycle, and we're working on a 5, 10, and 20-year capital plan, which underscores the fact that we don't have any extra money. So when this conversation came up about, as I said, we're not going to impose anything, but let's have a conversation with the community. If the community, recognizing the importance of the arts in this community, I wanted to underline that. Would the community be willing to step up and provide funding from the community? Because we know that the general fund does not have it. A couple of years ago at an LCAC meeting, there was this suggestion about doing a study on how other cities fund the arts and how they fund art programming. And that has not moved forward yet. But one of the things that I keep pointing out is that, yes, the city of Pleasanton funds the arts through their community service department, which also funds their arts and recreation programs. And almost every other city around us has the arts and recreation department within the city. Livermore is different. We don't have the arts and recreation component under the city. Now, for example, in Hayward, there is the Hayward Area Recreation and Parks District. It's a district, a separately elected district, just like LARPD. Now, granted, the state takes a big chunk of LARPD's funding, but the Hayward Area Recreation and Park District, they run the art gallery. They run the theater program. The city doesn't. So it's a different funding mechanism. They have a specific component of the property tax that funds art and recreation. We don't have that in the city. So what we do here in the city is we provide services. We provide police and fire, public safety, public works. That's what we do. And I think we do a great job of it. But when I heard that there was a need to create the potential for some sort of value proposition, we don't have that here in the city. So when this came up that there may be a funding mechanism whereby the community can rise up and support what they believe is important. Because what's important? You know something's important if you're willing to pay for it. You know, cars are important, so we buy cars. Houses are important, we buy houses. The arts are important, so we pay to support the arts in this community. It's not going to be coming from the general fund. So we are ultimately transparent here. Any one of the LVPAC board members, and many of them have come and spoken to this council. We welcome them to come and speak. I am troubled that members of this council are not welcome to speak to the LVPAC board, because we're partners. We are partners in this community. We work together in this community. That has to be open in both directions. And the arts are very important. And that's why we're having this conversation. So it looks like that we've had that part of the conversation here. We're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars in need from the general fund. And we got plenty of places to put that money. Vice Mayor.
One other thing just that I wanted to mention, based on what you said, is that because of the nature of Livermore with LARPD, and I think others have said this, that this is the funding. We want to make the funding for the arts, a general thing, not a specific. We don't have it in the general fund to do it, and that when the community does come together to decide how to manage this, it probably has to be done in conjunction with LARPD.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I think that's, and in the past, and maybe the city staff could speak to this in more detail, but how we got came together to do the library and Robert Livermore Center.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is a conversation that we needed to get started. It's going to take many years to figure it out. It'll take, as was pointed out, many years to actually get the community aligned on this, and hopefully, and that's where we have to go. And it's not just the city of Livermore issue. It's going to have to be in conjunction, I believe, eventually with LARPD.
Or like with the last one, the LARPD and the school district as well.
But yeah, that would make sense because
we were successful at the one not long ago.
Right. So I think it's one of these things where the community has to decide, and along those lines, it's extremely important for all parts of the community to work together and collaborate. And we could do, and based on my recent experience, I think we have a lot of opportunity to improve on that.
Good. All right, so I don't see any motion coming out of this. We've had a conversation. There's no direction to be provided. Thank you all for coming out, and certainly appreciate that. We've got another meeting coming in next week, the 18th, so we'll see you then. Special meeting, we've got a regular meeting coming up on the 25th, right. With that, thank you very much, one and all. Appreciate your comments tonight. Meeting adjourned.